Hello, friends. My name is Host Eric. I'm the host of Talking with Famous People, and I am here with my beloved wife and co-host Rachel. As you can see, this is a very secret stream. What does that tell you? It tells you that all of your biggest secrets are going to be revealed today here on Talking with Famous People. Such as the secret to always getting good Coke at a fast food restaurant. Go through McDonald's or In-N-Out. In-N-Out always has good Coke.
It's good to know.
What's the secret to being cool? Well, it's probably ontological comfort plus happiness. Something like that. What's the secret to winning at tic-tac-toe? You gotta cheat. What's the secret to staying dry all day? Why, it's secret brand antiperspirant. Strong enough for a man, but pH balanced for you, Rachel, for a woman. It's crazy, huh?
It really is.
To think they made a product that's just for women. How sexist of them to do. Is nobody coming to my secret stream because it's so secretive?
Let me see.
That might be why.
It might be.
I guess that's one of the downsides of having a secret stream. Naturally, is that it's a secret.
Notification,
So, when you make something a secret, obviously, it's less well attended than if it weren't so secretive. But I've always been secretive in that fashion. Hey, Jonathan Basanti, how did you hear about the secret stream? You want to know the secret to your ball sack? It's that it expands and contracts according to the heat within your crotchal region. That's its secret. It moves independently of you. Unlike most other parts of your body that are on the outside, it moves independently of you and your wishes. You can't control your scrotum. You can pull up your balls, but you can't control your scrotum. It contracts into a small, tight little package when it's cold, and then it droops down into full bloom when it's warm. Now let me talk to you about something else. Something that really I've not talked about before here on this channel. What is this, Eric? What in the world do you have in your hand? What could it possibly be? That's right. This is the world's smallest apple. We had an apple tree that grew a bunch of regular full-size apples, and it grew this one miniature apple. It's ripe. It's ready to eat, presumably. It looks like a tomato, but this is, in fact, the world's smallest apple.
Yep.
You saw it here first, ladies and gentlemen. You can claim to have borne witness to having grown the world's smallest apple. I should try to submit this to the Guinness Book of World Records and see if they would accept this as a world record.
It's a good question.
Do you think they would?
I don't know. They could. They might. I don't.
Maybe they could start a new category.
Yeah.
For world's smallest, full-grown, ripe, edible apple. Regular kind of apple.
It really is so small. Like, I was looking for apples on the tree because we had a few bloom last season.
Mm-hmm.
So we checked the tree and there was this little apple.
It's like, I would say it's about quarter scale. Yeah, it's about a quarter scale. So it would be perfect for somebody who's like 2 feet, no, 1 foot tall, 1.5 feet tall. Or maybe 1 foot 3 inches or something. Somebody who's themselves 1/4 scale puts them at like 1 foot 3 inches or whatever. That would be a perfect size apple for their little hands. So if Brad the bathroom elf ever decides to reemerge, we can offer him this wee apple.
Okay.
Yes, it is a wee.
Say so we have it.
I'm glad you introduced the word wee into the equation here. For those of you who haven't seen yet, the world's smallest, fully ripe, regular apple.
Yeah, and it does look like a tomato, but it is not. It is an apple.
It's an apple from the apple tree. All the other apples are regular size, but this one was teeny tiny for some reason.
Did there were other apples that bloomed?
Yeah, we harvested
Really?
them and ate them. My dad probably ate most of them, but we had one ourselves from the tree that was a regular sized apple, you know. There weren't that many. It has 3 or 4 apples on it a year, you know. It's like it doesn't have a shit ton of apples. But we noticed this one at the after the other ones had been picked, up at the top. It was like, is that a little apple up there? And sure enough, it was the world's smallest ripe regular apple.
Yeah.
I got them apple bottom jeans, boots with the fur. Everybody looking at her. She hits the floor, she does the thing, you know it. Everybody like, low, 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 low. I do have the apple bottom jeans. I got them at the apple bottom jeans store.
Oh.
I said, excuse me, clerk, because I would refer to people by their position. Clerk, excuse me, clerk, have you any apple bottom jeans for me? Well, this is a secret stream. Shh, Oliver, this one's a secret one. So if you wanted to make, for example, a miniature, like, diorama, like a diorama that's at like 1/4 scale, and you wanted to make an apple tree in the diorama, you could use that apple and it'd be perfect to be on the tree. I'd have to quadruple in size. That's about 1/4 scale. That, I think, 4 of those is, maybe even 5 of those is a regular apple. So it's pretty small. I'd have to have quadrupled or quintupled in size.
Yeah.
Well, thank you, Andrea, for your kind words. Andrea Holmquist likes your shaped head.
Thanks. I appreciate it.
Rachel and I are twinsies.
Yeah, we are.
It's growing out quite a bit now, actually.
Yeah.
Now she's got just sort of short hair. It's no longer that soft, velvety velour feel. It feels more like short hairs. Of course, she didn't really intend to go quite as deep as she did. Anyway, your head feels so nice and round.
Thanks.
What do you take, like a round headness class or something? My head is so bumpy and pointy. Rub over my skull and then rub over your own skull.
Ooh. Your skin is so soft.
Now rub your own skull and see how much more bumpy and stuff mine is than yours.
Oh.
You get such a regular head. But I literally was dropped on my head as a baby, or dropped myself on my head as a baby.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I cracked my forehead open right here, and you can clearly feel the spot where it broke,
yes.
right? I was in one of those round things you go down the driveway in when you're a baby, and went, cracked my forehead open, and ever since it's been like this,
I got dropped on my head too.
Did you?
Mm-hmm. Apparently what happened is they gave me to my great grandma and she let go. Like,
she was too old to handle it.
Yep.
Well, these are a couple of the big secrets coming out today in the secret stream. Rachel and I both got dropped on our heads as babies. That probably explains a lot.
Yep.
Death by Monkeys 419. I remember you. I remember you from before. You've been here before. Your name sounds familiar. Oliver Linehan? Your name also sounds familiar. Legends Fall sounds familiar. Andrea Holmquist, not so familiar. But she's here for the secrets. Shh. What's the secret to good hygiene? Daily bathing. I'm giving out all the big secrets today. What's the secret to avoiding parking tickets? Park legally. Good advice. Good advice. Linehan? Is that how you actually say your name?
What? We've been saying it wrong the whole time?
It's not Linehan?
Linehan?
It's Linehan.
Oh my gosh.
That's funny.
Thanks for letting
Thanks a
us
lot for
know.
letting us embarrass ourselves continually for months and months and months. God. Is your first name then Oliver? Oliver Linehan? If your last name's Linehan, then you have to be Oliver.
It's
You can't have it both ways.
No.
Okay? T.I. third makes you have to agree with me. You can't have it both ways. You have to either be Oliver Linehan. The R is silent. Olive Linehan.
right? It would
Linehan. Linehan. Oliver Linehan.
Oliver Lehan.
Olive Linehan. Oliver Linehan. That's a strange name. It sounds so much stranger than Oliver Linehan.
Oh my gosh. I mean,
All 6 letters in your first name are silent. Wow. That is impressive. I've never met somebody with 6 silent letters in their first name before.
no, it's not Linehan.
It's not Linehan. It's not Olive Linehan. No, it's Oliver Linehan.
Linehan.
Oliver Linehan. Kind of rolls off the tongue if you once you get used to it. Oliver Linehan.
I'm wondering if that's a 9 thing.
What, not correcting us in our pronunciation?
Yeah. Because, like, I feel like sometimes I do that. I correct my dad, though. Because his girlfriend's name is spelled Tric.
Tricky?
Tricia.
Tricia?
Yeah, Tricia. Yeah, with a C.
Dominique Jordney Burns. Dominique Jodney Burns.
Dominique Joni Burns.
Is Dartos muscle ever contracted? I don't know what that is, Crisis alert. I bet you that's a funny joke, but I don't get it. It went over my head. Dominique Jordney Burns. I got your emails, Legend Fall. I haven't listened to them yet. I read part of one of them and then I said, what are we doing right now? And then I think I got distracted. This apple is so small because it wanted to make a statement. It wanted to say, hey, I don't need to follow the ways of the other apples.
Yeah.
I'm going to stop getting bigger right now. And I'm just going to ripen. And that's just it.
That's so true.
And I was like, I'm impressed by its rebelliousness. It rejected the normal growth arc of the apple and said, I prefer to remain small.
Yes. It really did.
That probably explains that big argument I heard coming from the apple tree that one night.
Ooh.
Oh, the dartus muscle contracts when scrotum. That is a good joke, Crisis Alert. Boy, that just proves being educated helps you get jokes sometimes.
Yeah. The Dardos. Is that pronounced right? Dardos?
Dominique Jordany Burns.
Dominique Jordany Burns, where do you see this?
That's the person Death by Monkeys 419 is Dominique Jordany Burns.
Oh.
Jordany Burns sounds like it should be hyphenated, though, you know? It's like you definitely want to hyphenate Jordany Burns.
Jordany Burns, yeah.
Or it sounds like a kind of burn, like, oh, he got Jordany Burns all over his forearm. What are Jordany Burns? There when Jordany comes up to you and goes, yeah. Is that what you do? Dominique Jordany Burns? Do you go up to people and do that? Take your Jordany Burns and shove it. You say, and shove it. Shove it where the sun don't shine.
Yeah.
Who here frequently tells people to shove it where the sun don't shine? Anybody besides me? It's kind of lost favor as a snappy retort, but I think it's time to bring it back.
Yeah.
B middle initial: Jordan B. Peterson, Ida B. Wells, Benny B. Benson.
Cecil B. DeMille.
Cecil B. DeMille, good. Cecil B. DeMille. It's not Jordany. I like it being Jordany, though. Jordan? Is it Jordan?
I don't mean to laugh.
Or is it Jordan? It's
I didn't even
Jordany. Look, here it is. I'll show you. It's Dominique Jordany.
Oh,
meow Burns. You need a meow in there too.
Jordany Burns. I'm gonna include Burns as well.
No, I think she needs in between Jordany and Burns. She needs another name, which is Bartholomew. Dominique Jordany Bartholomew Burns.
Ooh!
If you had Bartholomew in there,
the 4 beats in there, you get a slogan.
You like using antiquated phrases of aggression as a way to diffuse tense situations, such as, oh yeah, you and what army?
That is classic. You and what army is classic. I honestly think that we can all agree that Your Mom's Face is, like, definitely, like, becoming a classic.
Mm-hmm. Perhaps you meant to say that about your own mother's face.
Oh!
It's a classic comeback. Everybody says your French is name. Your name is French, but it's Norse. Dominique. Bartholomew. Dominique Jordany Bartholomew
Norse.
Burns.
Norse. That's so interesting.
Are you the daughter of Dominique Young Unique
Susan
and
B.
Mr.
Anthony.
Burns from The Simpsons? Susan B. Anthony, there's another B. Good job there.
Wow.
Janine L. Good job.
And
Let me see if I can think of any.
Santi Harry B. Burr.
There's got to be an MC or something named I.B. Stylin or something like that, right? Quit.
I feel like there's a little B.
I'll be
Cardi
sure.
B.
I'll be sure. I'll be sure.
What?
I'll be sure.
Who is that?
He's like a soul rapper, sort of flow jammy singer, I think.
Cool.
I'll be sure, right? Anybody know what I'm talking about? I'll be sure. Johnny Be Good.
Johnny Be Good. Yeah.
Harry Beaver. I don't know who Harry Beaver is. Harry Beaver. Jonathan Basanti, that's not a real name. That's a joke name.
I'm gonna pull cards for people.
Pull a card for Jonathan Basanti's hairy beaver.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go flip the brisket.
Okay.
I'm gonna have to add a couple of pulls too.
Ooh. Got the 8 of Swords. Jonathan Basanti. You've got swords and you're like practicing against a wall. See those crows watching you? They're like, she's doing her work. Or in your case, he's doing his work. He's practicing sorting by practicing against a wall. And like the birds are like, yo, what's up? Why are you doing that? Because I want to. I want to get strong. But like, it is a way of practicing, so I guess like you're getting somewhere. And you're not hurting anyone. It's like mostly for you. Okay, who's next? No, I'm not feeling, okay, astrology check Scorpio. I feel like, I don't know what to say about that. Scorpio is, we're in Scorpio season, I believe.
I'm gonna give you a horoscope for Scorpio, okay? Be careful in the coming days as you go to marketplaces, as a dark stranger may approach you with an offer to purchase something from the back of his van. You should decline this offer. Am I back? Am I back from my mystical trance? That's what you gotta watch out for. Watch out for a dark stranger. Now, whether he's dark in spirit, dark in color, dark in mood, dark in clothing, it's hard to say, but my vision wasn't that clear. But dark in some fashion. Maybe his first name is Dark. Maybe his name is literally Dark Stranger. If you had the last name Stranger, Dark would be a good name for your child.
Ooh.
If your last name was Stranger, what would you name your child? This is the question of the day. This is one of the secrets we're revealing today. DJ Burns. That's a pretty good DJ name.
That is. DJ Burns. Sorry. Laundry.
Star Stranger. Jeremiah answered the question, what would you name your child if your last name were Stranger? He says Star.
Starby Stranger?
Lady Lou has the same tarot deck as you, Rachel.
Oh, really?
You have that feminist circle card tarot deck?
Oh my gosh.
I got that for Rachel at a vintage stuff, or like a antique kind of thrift story thing in the state of Oregon.
Yep.
It's interesting you have the same deck.
Yeah, that really is.
You think you'd name your kid's first name would be Danger? What about Constant? Constant Stranger. You found it at your vintage consignment store, I see. Well, I was really excited when I found it because it was the perfect thing for me to. Rachel and I got a couple things like together that we got or whatever, and then I saw that and I secretly bought that when she was looking over there, you know, and then I busted it out in the car. I was like, and here's the special surprise, because I knew she was gonna like that more than whatever else we got, because she likes tarot card decks, you know. I felt pretty good about that one. I was like, damn, I'm romantic or something. I gave myself like 50 romance points. That's the secret. You want to know the secret to romanticizing your lady? Is sneakily get a little gift, and after she thinks you're all done with shopping for the things, then you surprise her. Pia. And it's like specially matched to her interests or whatever. Oh my gosh, that is so romantic. You're gonna totally be like, she's gonna say, you're so sweet, like that. And you know it's on. It's like, oh yeah, humping time. Now, if your last name were Danger, your son is destined. You could fuck up that last name, but you know you're off to a pretty good start if your last name is Danger. You know, whether it's Chuck Danger, whether it's Bert Danger, it's gonna sound pretty cool. Now, obviously, you don't want to go with like Barry. Barry Danger is no. But how about like like Rock Danger? That's a solid man's name, right? That's a real man's man. Rock Danger. Max Danger. Yeah, Max is a great name for Danger, for sure. No, in harem animes, I would be like, here, let me hand you this thing. And the girl will be like, hey, here's my boobs in your face. I always feel bad for the place kicker whose last name is Suckup. What a shitty last name. You can't really do much with Suckup. Was it Ryan Suckup? Suckup? I mean, it's... Eric, how would you argue for the assertion that people should be punished for the wrongdoings of their group members if you were forced by your ENFP overlord? I mean, I'd say that parents are responsible to some extent for the behavior of their children. Certainly, they're responsible to parent them non-negligently so as to not produce circumstances in which they do harm to others. And so it is so with groups, that the leader functions as like a father figure, and that same logic therefore ought to apply. Thus, if a corporation is doing something bad, the CEO ought to be punished, not the individual parties who've been tasked to do the bad things. After all, they were following the orders of the CEO. A chick in the military's last name was Guzzler, and her first name was Manseed, huh? That was really mean of her parents. There's a professional goaltender in hockey with the last name Lehtinen. Lehtinen? Oh, that's a miserable name for a goalie indeed. Lehtinen. If your name is Suckup, you might as well go all the way and name your kid Dick Suckup. Yeah, I always felt bad for that place kicker. But of course, he's a very rich place kicker. He's got one of the best jobs in human history. Being a field goal kicker, if you're a good field goal kicker, is a great job. You just stand around all day, and then occasionally you get called in to kick a field goal.
Maybe
You don't. Basically, all the rules say that people can't push you over or anything unless something unusual happens. So you're not going to really get hurt. And, you know, you just got to be good at kicking field goals. If you're good at kicking field goals, then you can always get a job in the NFL kicking field goals. You can play till you're 45 years old or whatever. Make a lot of money and not have to really do anything. And it's like, even when you do miss a big field goal, like loses a game or whatever, it's just like the coach always says, look, can't blame the kicker. You know, our offense should have scored a touchdown there. The problem is the offense didn't score a touchdown. That's what the coach is always going to say. So it's like, well, I mean, obviously if you fuck up, it's a bad job to have. But if you're fairly like even mooted, like you know, I'm playing a numbers game, I'm going to miss some, I'm going to make most of them, that's it. Then, you know, it's like, to me, a field goal kicker missing a big field goal at the end of a game is not as tough a position to be in as a closer giving up a game-winning home run or something. I remember when Tom Niedenfuhrer gave up a game-winning home run to some opposing team in the playoffs when the Dodgers were playing in the playoffs in the late 80s sometime. And boy, he was reviled around Los Angeles. Just, Niedenfuhrer was persona non grata. Everybody hated him because he gave up a home run and lost the series, whatever series that was, for the Dodgers. But I think the field goal kicker typically, unless they miss multiple field goals in a game, shoulder less of the blame for the loss than a relief pitcher does for giving up like a home run. Because, yeah, I don't know. It just seems that way. Well, yeah, there is that movie in which that guy... What movie was that? Was this an Ace Ventura movie? Where the guy blames the quarterback for having the laces the wrong way and for missing his field goal, and his life's all screwed up. I think it is
Ace Ventura. Although...
Yeah, and they go and get like a dolphin.
Yes.
Right.
Yes. They steal the Miami Dolphin.
Pretty good film. The very first Ace Ventura movie was pretty funny.
It made me laugh.
Pretty cute. Pretty funny.
Yeah.
I mean, the thing is, I recall when I was at my ex-wife's house one time and we were chatting with her family, and I mentioned the Dick Buttkiss Award, and my ex-wife's sister Katie was like, "No, there's no such thing. There's no thing as a Dick Buttkiss Award. That's ridiculous. That's got to be made up." And that was the first time in my life that it struck me what a weird name that was, because it's like I'd grown up hearing about it and stuff and never thought twice about it, really. It was just the Dick Buttkiss Award, you know. Well, then she said that, I was like, oh yeah, that is a funny name, huh? What award did you get? I got the Dick Buttkiss Award. That sounds more like a condemnation than an award.
Yeah, it does.
An award for best dick and butt kisser goes to Bob. I would agree that Jim Carrey is likely to be either ENFP or ENTJ. But the thing is, he seems really FI, frankly. He seems FI higher than fourth. I'm going to go ENFP or possibly even ESFP for him.
Oh my gosh, that makes so much sense. He's so physical.
Yeah, he doesn't really have much ideational humor at all. It's a lot of facial expressions and stuff.
He got known. He had that whole Fireman Bill, right? That was so scary.
I would say either ENFP or ESFP is what I think.
Or ENFP, I can see as well. You're right.
Drew Carey, he's like INFJ probably, or possibly. Yeah, well, the thing is, it's like ENFPs often play ESFPs for humor. See, for example, that idiot from England that I don't like that was married to Katy Perry.
Oh, Russell Brand.
Russell Brand. He did a good job playing an ESFP in that movie.
Yes.
What was it called?
Forgetting Sarah Marshall.
Forgetting Sarah Marshall. If you've ever seen that movie.
He did a great job as playing an ESFP.
And that's how ENFPs get their humor, I guess. But Jim Carrey's humor is very different than Russell Brand.
Has Jim Carrey done much humor in the last, like, I don't know, say 5 years or so?
I think he's done a lot more serious acting. You know, he's kind of a horrible person. If you look into this one case that's against him, where he had this affair with some, like, makeup artist or something, basically ruined her life, and you should read about it yourself, come to your own conclusions, I guess, is what I would say. But I think Jim Carrey is kind of an awful person.
I think so too. He doesn't have the best rep. He's into, The Secret and stuff, and...
The Secret? What's The Secret?
The Secret is that book.
It's a book called The Secret?
Yeah.
Hey, well, this is a secret stream. What's the secret in that book?
Oh my gosh, how could I, not even think about that? The Secret is about the secret way, in my opinion, it's like, it shows people the secret to life, like...
Oh, what's the secret to life?
Yeah. But they don't even say it. It's just called The Secret. They don't say what it is?
They just sort of talk around it, or what?
Basically, he's quoted in the book. I don't remember what he said, but he is quoted in the book, and he is known for this. He was interviewed once, and he told the I forget who the host was, but he told the host that he wrote himself a check for like $1 million, and then he got $1 million offered to him to play Ace Ventura. So it's like he's like into that stuff.
Manifesting shit?
Yeah.
Ay. Talk about some fourth slot NI. Yeah, so I think he's ESFP. And the thing is, even though I strongly dislike Russell Brand, I don't think Russell Brand is a bad person. In the same way that I may dislike Russell Brand more than I dislike Jim Carrey. But I don't think Russell Brand's a bad person. I think he's a good person who's just an ENFP run amok, Whereas Jim Carrey, I think, is a bad person. He's into Eckhart Tolle. Eckhart Tolle's just my pecker hole. That's what I'm going to call Eckhart Tolle from now on. Pecker hole. As much good sense comes out of him as comes out of my pecker hole. Which is to say, very little good sense. Just mostly urine and ejaculate.
Honestly, can I just say, I think he's an INFJ not to watch. Whatever.
Who?
Eckhart Tolle.
Yeah. It's like, I just want to shit on that stuff all the time. It's like, look, NI is important, okay? There's no disputing that. But if you try to make it totalizing, you end up with Eckhart Tolle bullshit and or Teal Swan bullshit. Like that bullshit video Teal Swan made about Thanksgiving and hating spending time with your family and stuff. And it's just like, what the fuck? Talk about totalizing your experience as a universal reality inappropriately. That's what Teal Swan did, basically.
Yeah, she did. She did. That was pretty major. As in, like, a major oops. Like, what? What are you trying to say there? I don't know. We should pull some Teal Swan cards in honor of Teal Swan.
Hi, Dabbing Flight. What's going on? Well, I'm about to get up and flip the brisket again because I moved it over directly over the fire, so I don't want it to burn.
Who wants a Teal Swan frequency card? Oliver, I've already forgotten how to say your last name. Is it Lincoln?
We are going to have a brisket to die for pretty soon. Let me tell you.
Ooh,
It's really come together.
I'm excited.
Well, butter my briskets is a southern expression.
Ooh, Lady Lou.
Lady Lou kind of likes Teal Swan. Ooh, you're in trouble.
Linehan.
Oliver Linehan.
Oliver Linehan. Oliver Linehan. I have to learn. My, A-slot SI.
God, I hope not. That is so awful. I've been reading awful things about Marilyn Manson lately, too, though. Apparently, he's quite the misogynist, I guess you would say, and or like just awful meow.
No, but I mean, that's terrible. I used to defend him a little bit. I used to be like, I don't know, he just seems like a weird guy, but I guess his portrayal of how he is closer to...
He's got some Trevor Bauer shit going on. As you now read about Trevor Bauer, I think that's the relief pitcher for the Dodgers he gotten, or maybe it was starting pitcher. I'm not sure, but he had legal trouble over like basically consensual sex getting out of hand. In some regard. So anyway, it's disturbing. It makes me feel meow. I don't like to think about it.
Here,
So I'm gonna stop thinking about it.
pick the card for Lady Lou.
Alright, Lady Lou. Alchemy, also known as alchemy.
70?
This is the physics of magic. Okay? It's like when I watched that paranormal caught on tape thing, and the lady wants to sound a little bit less kooky and are talking, she'll say, well, it's a different alchemical process, when she means it's a different kind of magic.
It says, I'm not going to read the whole thing, but it says, if you have drawn this card upright, you have a strong desire to see your ideas manifested on the physical plane in the form of material gain or accomplishment. The universe is trying to assure you that an opportunity will arrive that could be the foundation of a very successful future.
Now, Lauren Cuthbert asks, does one heal from a breakup? Well, my answer to that is I start thinking about all the advantages instead of... It's like when I'm before a breakup, I'm usually fighting to avoid breaking up. And I'm trying to either fix things or get the other person to come around or something, you know. And then when it finally comes time, when it's getting near a breakup, I start thinking about how nice it'll be to not have this shit going on, and how nice it'll be to be able to breathe again, etc. And then when it actually happens, I start focusing on all the cool things I can do with my newly available ontological energy and time and space and whatever. That's how I do it. Peter Dentici said something very silly in a comment the other day. He said, okay, I agree that the amount of food you need to get per calorie is as cheap as it's ever been, but the calories are of lower quality. Now, the thing is, it is true that people can eat. If you just eat a bunch of candy, you might get enough calories, but you're not going to be very healthy. In other words, sugar is kind of a specific exception. But by and large, of course, it doesn't matter really what you eat, as long as you get enough calories and you get enough variation to get all your nutrients. People tend to mistakenly think that the body is like a... mistakenly think that the body's like a balloon, that the higher quality ingredients you put in, the bigger it blows up or something, the higher it rises up in the air or something. Instead, the body's like an engine. It can only... even if, no matter how finely tuned your engine is, it's not going to need more than 91 octane. And if your engine is designed for 87 octane, which all our engines are basically, then whether or not we put in 89 or 91 doesn't make any difference, because the engine's not designed to combust accordingly, right? So the thing is, for human beings, we're not designed to be picky about extracting nutrients. Instead, we're designed to extract nutrients from whatever has adequate nutrients in it. Now, obviously, our food is healthier than it's ever been before because of preservatives and things like that prevent food from going bad and being rotten. And the whole notion that things that are more natural are somehow better for you is insane. The organic food movement is a fucking joke, and not even environmentally friendly. So when people start talking about like, oh, the calories aren't as high quality, it's like saying that the wattage of electricity coming into my house is of lower quality. Oh no, we're getting the same amount of electricity. It's kind of a dirty electricity. Well, the lights seem to work the same and everything. I mean, if it were in fact the case that people aren't getting high quality calories, then, I mean, why are people taller than they've ever been? Why are people more just generally healthier than they've ever been? Why do people live longer than they've ever lived?
I like my grandma. She's 91.
I mean, as I pointed out before, McDonald's, we have the most empirical evidence to conclude is the healthiest food in the world. In other words, it's the most tested. So we know for a fact that McDonald's doesn't cause any health problems. That it's a good way for people to cheaply get calories that they need to operate. People mistakenly think that food is something other than gasoline for people, but it really isn't. It's just gasoline, and it doesn't really matter what food you eat. Well, obviously you need nutrients as well as just calories, right? The body is not going to turn everything into calories. It won't. If you eat things that aren't food, then it won't turn those into calories. That's the definition of food, basically, is if the body can convert it into calories, it's food.
I think it's beneficial for INFJs to be around ENTPs because the ENTP helps INFJ with their SI for sure.
Like that delicious brisket that we're going to have pretty soon.
Yeah.
Boy, you want to talk about living in the time of plenty. You think about the olden days. When would you get a brisket? Well, maybe when it was slaughtering time at the farm, you'd end up with a few briskets and pass those around, and then it would be another 6 months till briskets were available. Well, I don't know. My dad saw it on sale today, and voila, there's a brisket in my fridge. And it was cheap because he got it. It was on sale. It was about to go out of date. But meat lasts way longer than the date on it. Depends on HDLs versus LDLs. No, that's been disproved. Those notions that some kinds of fats are less healthy than others is nonsense. And the thing is, those kind of dietary concerns account for perhaps 0.1% of the total impact on people, rather than actually their genetics. It's almost all genetics and almost nothing to do with what people eat. Some food takes more initial calories to process, resulting in not attaining the full amount ingested. But okay, it doesn't matter if you don't attain the full amount ingested. The total amount of calories are larger anyway. So in other words, by whatever process you get there, whether it's a more caloric intensive process to digest or not, the output of calories is going to exceed the caloric requirements of digestion, and the amount in excess of those required calories is going to be the total amount of calories gained. So the process isn't relevant.
Little poop coming.
All right, you go make your poop. That is true. Time does not heal all wounds. And some wounds never heal, really. But they become part of who you are, a part of your story, in a way that makes them less your enemy. Like, I will never get over the death of my dog, Lacey. It is a wound I will carry with me forever. But, it's the right kind of wound, in the sense that it's kind of a clean wound. Dogs die. Yeah, I know, Karma's Pimp. They're constantly changing what's good for you and what's bad for you. And the reason is they're arguing from the margins to begin with. The bottom line is diet comprises like a teeny percentage of impact on people's overall health. A very, very small percentage. As long as they get enough nutrition. Malnutrition is obviously bad. But if they're getting adequate nutrition, it comprises a teeny fraction of their overall health impacts. So, for me, it's pretty important that I eat plenty of high fat, high protein foods, a lot of meat, a lot of fat, a lot of carbohydrates, and otherwise I get really hungry and I'm just not operating on all cylinders. Some other people may feel that kind of food makes them feel slow or sluggish or groggy or something. And for those people, perhaps they should choose a different diet. Each of our bodies tells us what kind of stuff we want, and that's what we should eat. Yeah, it's like if you're battling over what causes 1% of the impacts instead of caring at all about what causes 99% of the impacts, or caring at all about the fact that you're only talking about 1% of the impacts, then you need to go fuck yourself. Because that's where the problems arise. Linehan. Yeah, it's Linehan. It's not Linehan. The things you learn. That's the real secret of today's stream. I've got a secret to tell everybody. Oliver Linehan's name is actually Linehan. He's pretending to be Celtic now. Go get the Linehans over here. Yes, bring the Linehans, bring the McKinnon, and bring the Magools. Are you pretending to be Celtic? You know what I say about the Celts? Tch, pronounce your C as an S, fucks. That's what I always say to them. But they never listen. So, I think I might put on a brief intermission here as I think the brisket should be about done. It's about time to pull it off anyway, probably. At the very least, pull it off of the main heat. So, I think I'm going to put on a couple of tizuns in the Bizak round for Yizal to his ear. And then, subsequently, will I touch the moon with my vision, touch the sun with my love, touch everything inside of the world, touching it like a dove, flies into the sky, so elegant and wide, because it's a beautiful dove flying away. Okay. So I hope you guys got the message there when I sang that song, which is a pretty important message. What say ye the email you just sent? I don't know, you're always sending me emails, Peter and TG. I was reading one the other day and you put this whole bunch of shit and it's like, okay, there's the first section of it, I was like, yeah, this sounds pretty okay, a general miggity. But then you were saying like how, the exact wording matters. And there was one of them, the exact wording was not good on. And I was like, well, I don't like the exact wording of that one. That makes me want to go, yeah. And I was just like, that Peter didn't teach you. He's so full of beans and rice. He makes me want to shake my proverbial fist. I tell you who else makes me want to shake my proverbial fist is Grace. Oh my God, that girl is so difficult. God. You know, here's the thing. The reality is, ISFPs, ISTPs, yes, with watching enough of my videos and practicing and following along with enough of the Mias, then you can successfully do apparently better than Polar on my expert intuition tests. They're not entirely gaming proof, right? But that doesn't mean that you should start questioning your type or something, or try calling me out on being, no, it's not what you say it is. Yes, it is. It's just that you have to allow for, it's comparatively ungameable, right? Like, obviously, if you spend a lot of time studying exactly the kind of questions I ask, and maybe even memorizing a bunch of instances, because I do repeat instances sometimes, then you could possibly fool me, especially if it's a short test, right? Yeah, little Grace, yeah. I mean, she's not that little, but man, she is assertive as hell. And she started being like, I don't identify with SE Tool. And didn't you say at one point in my typing that my NE seems better than Polar? And I was like, I might have, but it's like, I only test everything a little bit. We're telling secrets to D-Moon. We're telling huge secrets. We're making briskets and telling secrets. I was about to start an intermission though, for a brief intermission, because I gotta go get the brisket off of the queue, and INTJ robot by affect. She's ISTP though, I'm pretty damn sure of it. And she showed me this, like I worked with her on her presentation that she wanted me to work with her on. And it was all text and, a lot of paraphrased Eric text, which is fine. But the point is, she didn't have any pictures in there. And I was like, okay, you need to put some pictures in there. Not everybody can process. Well, that's good. And you want them all revealed, 2D Moon. You'll want them all revealed. Like I'm revealing today, the 2D Moon has several extra nipples located in multiple spots around his or her body. It was a secret, now it's revealed. Alright, so I gotta go do this brisket before it burns. So let me set up your intermission music and then I'll be back in a little bit.
He's Gregory in disguise. He hates the lies, wants to confront the men, always telling them. But every time he tries, they only run and hide. Again he is denied, chance to yell at them.
So now he's Gregory in disguise, hands in his pockets. Now he's walking down the drive, averts his eyes. He doesn't want you guys to realize that he's Gregory in disguise, hands in his pockets. Now he's walking down the drive, averts his eyes. He doesn't want you guys to realize that bridge brings a new approach. Sneakily he'll try to encroach up on the guilty, then he'll finally get his chance to yell at them. He's Gregory in disguise, hands in his pockets. Now he's walking down the drive, averts his eyes. He doesn't want you guys to realize he's Gregory in disguise, hands in his pockets. Now he's walking down the drive, averts his eyes. He doesn't want you guys to realize that
He's Gregory in disguise. He hates the lies, wants to confront the men, always telling them. But every time he tries, they only run and hide. Again he is denied, chance to yell at them.
he's Gregory in disguise, hands in his pockets. Now he's walking down the drive, averts his eyes. He doesn't want you guys to realize he's Gregory in disguise, hands in his pockets. Now he's walking down the drive, averts his eyes. He doesn't want you guys to realize he's Gregory in disguise, hands in his pockets. Now he's walking down the drive, averts his eyes. He doesn't want you guys to realize he's Gregory in disguise, hands in his pockets. Now he's walking down the drive. He's Gregory.
It's a very cloudy day in Los Angeles. And today we run out of time. Struggles past, troubles still to come. The day is nearly done. Could someone buy us some more time? Cloudy day in Los Angeles. Cloudy day in LA. I'm no sort of evangelist, but I have something to say. It's a very rainy day in Los Angeles. And today we hope for more time. to come. The day is nearly done. Could someone buy us some more time? Cloudy day in Los Angeles. Cloudy day in LA. I'm no sort of evangelist, but I have something to say. Life can strangely be forgiving to those who stay awake all night, and mostly voices say to give in and try to sap your will to fight.
Whether I'm supposed to be here or just be soon forgotten noise, it's sort of based on what I see here and also on what I avoid.
It's a very cloudy day in Los Angeles, and today we run out of time. Struggles past, troubles still to come. The day is nearly done. Someone buy us some more time.
Her dress, ignored distress, assessed her chest, left a mess, exit west, and the best we can do is attest that it's true. There's nothing confusing. Lisbeth guessed cops were musing, but Lisbeth didn't have any confusion. She kicked in your door at the stroke of noon, then each and every day from April to June, when various plans all about, various deeds underway. Wary of every doubt that it's scary, but that's about all you can say. Various plans all about, various deeds underway. Wary of every doubt that it's scary, but that's about all you can say. She resumed, it was fall. Whispers began to carry at the mall, and tipsters always make the scary call if you're hiding from the heat in a bathroom stall. She was drinking, it's an irrelevant point. She started thinking about smoking a joint. She'd been clinking plenty glasses too. You probably didn't know yet what you would do. Various plans all about, various deeds underway. Wary of every doubt that it's scary, but that's about all you can say. Various plans all about, various deeds underway. Wary of every doubt that it's scary, but that's about all you can say. Various plans all about, various deeds underway. Wary of every doubt that it's scary, but that's about all you can say. Various plans all about, various deeds underway. Wary of every doubt that it's scary, but that's about all you can say. Yelling and kicking, stabbing everyone, killing and robbing, donating blood, running over everything that goes in the road. 'Cause they don't like it. I'm going to go to camp and take you to the place where I stab everybody that I see. These are my activities for my summer camp and week. Won't it be a lot of fun? Stabby, 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 stabby.
Got a story about 10 years old. It's a song for an open road, and such a thing must always do its job. She married up, Jed, turned 19, 4 years in and 3 kids weaned. Weary now and questioning the past. Agency out, pays his discretion, locking in our courses, way too young. The urgency conferred is really just depression, making sure those underneath them always run. Doug at 20 found bourbon fun. Likewise, Doug at 21, and so forth, well up into middle age. What he once thought would set him free became his whole identity. Now Doug's about another drunken rage. Agency out, basis discretion, locking in our courses, way too young. The urgency conferred is really just depression, making sure those underneath them always run. Everybody's panicked about the kids. Lock them up with extra dexedrine and mathematics to promote success, or to impose more unjust duress. Agency out, basis discretion, locking in our courses, way too young. The urgency conferred is really just depression, making sure those underneath them always run. Without consent, it's really just oppression by parasites surviving while they feed their fear of dying. Yes, they feed upon the futures of the young.
Can you have sex?
People everywhere gather up, enemies outraged at how they missed a sign. How do they set their priorities? These foreign backstabbing entities, ensuing heartache and misery, follow necessarily from their savage ways. Insulting Carson and Desiree, we're stuck with such petty larceny. We all partition our victories and call it destruction of the whole damn world. She should have got to when she had the chance to buy. Julie soon forgot about soon and not, although she outrecalled. People everywhere gather up, enemies outraged at how they miss a sign. How do they set their priorities? These foreign backstabbing entities, ensuing heartache and misery, follow necessarily from their savage ways. Insulting Carson and Desiree, we're stuck in such petty larceny. All partition our victories and call it destruction of the whole damn
world. So, here's an interesting topic. I got my hoes, I got my friends, I got my guys, and then again, I got my drugs and my gang and my strippers, all the same. I've got everything that I need. I'm rolling down the highway, moving at top speed. Amazing. To see a G. I got the hose.
Hey, Mac Daddy.
Hi, Mac Daddy. So all I can do it with that. We've got a variety of ways of dealing with drums and existent already, but if it's substantially better, I might be interested in it. I'm looking at it that. Well, I was just gonna address this issue of Rachel said to me a little while ago, "Are you okay with me keeping my hair this length?" And I was like, "Well, yeah, I mean, the thing is, first and foremost, I don't see it as any of my business, really, what she does with her hair, but I guess one might also say that that for a lot of people, they perhaps expect and consider it to be a reasonable expectation that they have some control, say, whatever, over how the other party presents themselves physically. That's probably a fairly common norm, but not one that I have.
Thank you. That like lends to a lot of freedom with stuff because like I don't even know what I'm gonna do with my hair at this point. But
Well, I'm sure you've been with other males who have had an opinion about it.
oh yeah, I was thinking about it and the occurrence of it just actually shocked me. I was like, oh my gosh, like I can't. When I go back and think about it, I'm like, it's more often than not. And I'm like, fuck them. Like they like didn't like me. They like this version. At one point, like I was so young, I didn't know what I was doing, and I would adhere
to their demands.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then feel resentful.
If I liked it, like if it was like, if I thought about it, if it was presented to me, I don't know. Yeah, I guess there would be confusion. It just like didn't. It just like felt weird. I don't know.
You know, I really like the shirt you bought me.
I'm so glad you do.
I'm not wearing it right now, but you saw it if you've watched the last couple of videos I was wearing the last couple of days. It's this blue and black and white striped shirt. My dad, when he saw me wearing it the first time, he said, "Oh, it looks European." For some reason.
I am.
It doesn't seem particularly to look European to me, but I guess
No.
maybe that's my dad's way of saying it looks stylish.
Yeah, maybe. I'm glad you like it. It's from a California, like, company. I'm gonna, like, support it more, by buying stuff from there, because I've been happy this is from there.
What's it called?
Tilly's?
Mac Daddy asks, is it consistent with A slot NA to say it's inactive, I think is what you mean to say, unless you're actually trying to come up with complete abstractness? Now, does this question make enough sense to adequately answer it? Well, I mean, I think the best way to answer the question would be to say, let's say you have a YouTube channel, Mac Daddy, and you want to you decide you want to something you like doing, you like putting up videos. Well, then you're gonna have to come up with ideas and think it out some before you push record. For you, the easy part should be push record, upload, tag, title, do that kind of stuff. And the harder part would be feeling as though you have enough ideas to really justify explaining in a video. Because unlike me, you're an NI type, so you feel like you need to have some sort of a complete idea before you begin explaining it or talking about it, right? It's like Grace. Like, it seems like every SE tool person doesn't see herself as SE tool. Why? Well, because she doesn't really follow through and blah, 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 blah. The thing is this about SE. It is a seemingly self-contradictory pair of things. One being opportunism and the other being follow through. So the thing is, when you see somebody with SI high up in the stack, you're going to see the really good, strong follow-through end of it. When you see somebody with SE high up in the stack, you're going to see much more of the opportunist side of it, which doesn't necessarily correlate with follow-through because it's willing to not follow through on something in order to seize upon another opportunity, right? When I say that SE is follow-through, what I'm really saying is from a third party's perspective, SE is follow-through. From your own perspective...
Hi, Trouble.
Hi, Trouble.
Is he...
He's having that little piece of brisket. I put a piece of brisket out for the peacock to see if the peacock would eat it. And the peacock didn't want it, but Trouble seems like he's going to eat it.
Cool. Should I put up more food for him?
I'd say let him... Yeah, if you want to put out more food, you can put out another little pieces of brisket if you want to cut one up. But,
No.
or it's fine if you don't want to.
Why did you... No.
If you just put some cat food on a plate and then maybe pick up that little piece of brisket and put it on the plate too and give it to him, that'd be good.
Yeah, that sounds good.
What I'm trying to say is I can easily come up with possibilities that relate to the concrete, but when it comes to actual creativity, I lack that. Well, I mean, I don't understand why is coming up with possibilities about the concrete less creative fundamentally. So, by possibility about the concrete, what do you mean? Like different ways I could use this baseball bat? Oh, I see what you're saying, Mac Daddy. So, Mac Daddy says, Eric, you make up many good songs and jokes, which I'm not good at, but I can think of many different ways to say the same sentence. In my case, I wouldn't say that's creative because it's ideating about what's already there. Interesting. Okay, well, the thing is, it shows you how functions are linked, right? Like, that's SI ignoring. There's always something there. I'm not making those things up off of nothing. It's just, I'm not ignoring the SI component. So, it's like, if I make up a little song or a poem or something with something in front of me, like, you make up many songs and jokes, and I, it seems, do not. And thus I ask about these pokes, because they're what I've caught. Now in that case, the poem rhymes, it doesn't make any good sense. And for rhymes, I'm drawing from, I guess, a long history of looking for rhymes and stuff. If I were to try to come up with a poem about that specifically and meaningfully address it in a meaning way, it would take a little bit longer, right? So let me ask you this question, Mac Daddy. Were you here when this question came up the other day? Which is, if your car breaks down in the middle of the desert on an abandoned highway, how do you get to the mechanic? Can you answer that question? If your car breaks down in the middle of nowhere, how do you get to the mechanic? What's the answer? I have the hardest time trying to understand the perspective of the SI Dom despite having SI child myself. I view it mostly in association, but there clearly is more to it than that. SI child, is that fourth slot? You call them. Right. Okay, so the thing is, I don't know. I haven't asked that question to a lot of different people. But the idea is, if you're really susceptible to frame walking, you answer the question as it's asked and try to get yourself to the mechanic rather than getting the mechanic to you. Right? Oh, third. Child is third. Okay. So what child are you talking about? Let me see what this person was saying about something child. I got a children, child. SI child, third. You view it mostly as an association, but there's clearly more to it than that. Well, I mean, it's a matter of, I mean, its core engine of SI is repetition in the front stack. So anybody who has SI in the front stack will go through this remind yourself of shit thing, where they go, don't forget don't forget I've got this thing at noon, don't forget I've got this thing at yeah. And you kind of repeat this to yourself throughout the day to keep track of stuff. Even if you have it down on a calendar, you still want to remind yourself of it. You don't tend to find it very trustworthy to wait for your calendar to remind you, you know? If you've got third slot SI, then what's most important to you is basically over the course of a lifetime, writing in your memories and in your self-perception book a story of yourself that avoids big mistakes. So that's part of being SE polar. Another part of being SE polar is it links to NI6, right? So when I posed that video earlier about ENFPs and ENTPs, I had to edit the INTP's question because he asked the basic question, or brings up the basic topic about how NE with FI has a different dynamic than NE with TI. Comment thereupon. That's all he needed to say, right? But instead he wants to meow around, like, so when we see extroverted intuition in the dominant, it's always going to be paired with one of these functions, and the ENFP is going to come into it with this introverted feeling, and obviously that's a very different kind of function than introverted thinking, and the ENTP is going to necessarily be in conflict with this in some way because they come into it with TI, and it's really runs afoul of FI in a lot of circumstances. And okay, dude, let me address what you're talking about. You know, that's just the light. And then of course, what happened at the end? Despite the fact that he had fucked up the previous recording of the time that we had a conversation, he fucked up this one too. That's TE ignoring SE polar. Ignoring what you have to do first before you start recording, and then not doing it. That phone needs its brightness turned down. What is that background? Clicked a pic on a iguana or monitor lizard's back? I don't know what you're talking about. Look,
My dad is seeing Steely Dan tonight. Speaking of ENFP,
what's that?
Lady of Blue mentions ENFPs, and my dad is seeing Steely Dan tonight. So I told him that I want to know what songs they play and what album.
Cool. I'm interested to hear about that too. Rachel's dad's an ENFP who, you know, is probably not. I'm probably not his favorite person. Damn it. Every time I think about that, it frustrates me. It's like, I had this good chance to kind of like be beloved by her family or something, but instead I kind of fucked it up, I guess.
Okay, no, you didn't. And like the thing is that he dealt with my family the ENFP way, And you are dealing with my family the ENTP way. There's like, it's just different. Like,
Yeah. Different and better.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, wow.
I like it better.
I have a full cup right
Oh
there.
shit.
That's for you.
Like,
That cup's for you, my darling.
do you want this open or forget?
Open, yeah, please. Is good. I have INFJ. I have chronic acute INFJ syndrome. I like that way of putting it, Karma's Pimp. It's a very INFJ way of putting it. And you've decided that when somebody asks you what type you are, you're going to say, I have INFJ. You probably don't want to kiss me right now. It's flaring up. I think that ENTP are more revolutionary. I'm not racist, but I think that's the truth. Racist. I mean, I don't think INTPs and ENTPs have anything to do with race, so that's not really a necessary disclaimer. But
Like typist?
are more revolutionary. I mean, people are revolutionary in their areas of expertise if they're going to be revolutionary at all. So the vast majority of ENTPs and INTPs aren't going to end up doing anything revolutionary, right? They aren't going to end up being a powerful enough voice, having enough of an impact to really make a difference. And the reason is, for both ENTPs and INTPs, NI is in a difficult spot. So to have the most possible impact, you need to present things with a very distinct NI clarity that also resonates well with everybody. And the fact is, both ENTPs and INTPs have trouble doing that. So INTPs, even if they're correct, chances of them presenting what they're correct about in a way that gets really heard or recognized is small. Same with the ENTPs. ENTPs are a little more likely to be famous because we can make our way in an entertainment fashion that's not necessarily requiring us to be abstract thinkers of any particular note. Feynman. Richard Feynman was a fairly revolutionary ENTP as far as physics go and stuff. But I'd say he's kind of the exception, not the rule. There's plenty of ENTPs you can see in music and acting and stuff. Usually, it's second tier. You look at they might be giants. They've got some great songs. They've written some great songs, and they've got shit tons of material. But there's something about most of their stuff that it just doesn't quite achieve on an emotional resonance level, I guess, at all. Nothing does that they do. And so, except maybe a couple of tracks I can think of that are they're honest in that regard. They're honest emotionally. So
You want to see some FI?
Yeah.
Like some French girls, it's so funny. It's so funny. Okay.
wait. Okay. So Rachel wanted to show me this thing where these girls are afraid of bugs, which was interesting. I muted for copyright infringement things. It was something that she saw on Instagram.
Okay. So Rachel wanted to show me
Oh,
this.
sorry.
It's just these French girls freaking out over June bugs for some reason. June bugs here in California, Southern California, are very common. It used to be really common in the early summer, and they're big, slow flying beetle things. So you end up like when I grew up, since there were a lot more of them than back in the day, but I got very accustomed to just sort of picking them up by my hand and throwing them outside. They don't scare me at all. As opposed to, say, a potato bug, which I don't think anybody can ever get accustomed to picking up. And
Oh my gosh, I
touching.
can't. I thought I used to confuse June bug with potato bug. I do not want to see a potato bug. Like, there's some mean looking.
They're ugly.
Yeah.
They're also called Jerusalem crickets. They're in the scorpion family, actually.
Oh.
And one of my scariest moments was when my old cat, Dixie, she was over playing with my toes, and then I looked up, and she was over there, but she was still playing with my toes, right? And I looked down, and she had put a potato bug between my toes and my flip-flop. Like, right between them, like between here and here.
Oh my gosh! No!
And I freaked out. I kicked off my shoe. I screamed, and I ran out of the garage. And then I came back in realizing that, I didn't really need to run away from a potato bug. And I went back in, and then, of course, I couldn't find it. And it's like, oh, God, where is the potato bug?
But, like, the range of emotions, like, that's such FI. It's automatic, like, reaction.
Right. Well, it was that moment of, first Katie's playing with my toes, and oh, isn't that cute? Katie's playing with my toes. And then she's still playing with them, and I'm on the computer, and then looking and realizing she's over there. I'm like, something's playing with my toes. What is it? Ah, it's a big, gross potato bug.
Oh! Oh.
That was terrible. A terrible moment.
Oh, Dixie, what were you thinking?
She thought she was giving me a present, but I didn't want that present.
No, not that kind of present.
That was a really gross present.
Yeah, it's a really gross present. Aw, she was trying to give you a present.
So the thing about INTPs and ENTPs in general is that INFPs and ENFPs also suffer from is the lack of NI means NI links to impact, right? So it's like to be an SE type necessarily means you have NI because you're attentive to how your words and other things impact stuff, right? So to the extent that a person wants their words to be impactful, they need to not merely say the right words, but the right amount of words. Videos that make a single point clear in a minute or two are much more powerful than videos that explain things at great length that last 25 minutes for most people. Why? Because there's a lot of introverted feelers out there. No, that's not why. I just have this FI background up randomly, not because of anything specific. It's because NI is necessary for impact. If you countervalue concision, then you are polar in your impact. And if you ignore concision, then your impacting happens very unconsciously and automatically, like mine does. Dulles. Ha! Wish I could. I dated an ENFP, my most recent partner. 'Twas fiery, amazing, magical, life-changing, and triggering, awful, and tragic. Your spouse is, I think you mentioned being married. That's a very volatile relationship you described there, Lady Lou.
Yeah.
It's fiery, amazing, magical, life-changing, triggering, awful, and tragic. There's a lot of adjectives. That's what I call countervaluing I guess, non-poetic speech. That's nice. That's nicely poetic, the way that you include. Although it's not quite parallel, because you got 4 things on one side and 3 things on the other. Maybe you should have the same number of things on each side, to be fair. Maybe you're not valuing TI enough. Have you considered that possibility? It would only be fair if you had 4 things on each side. 4 pros, 4 cons. How would you advise an ISFP male, 19, or just young person, that they can feel imposter syndrome to the big wide world? Do you think using MBTI actually useful versus learning from experience? I think imposter syndrome is a pathologization of something that everybody ought to feel in their youth, which is underprepared for the reality to come. And pretending to be and expected to be more prepared than they are. We are, as I think it was Heidegger said, we are thrown into the world unawares. And got a point there, Lady Lou. Maybe it's a TE issue. The thing I would say to any young person, the advice I would give to any young person, the only piece of advice I think universalizes to every single young person, is try to remember to give your older self some credit. Recognize the fact that you are not at your peak, that there's a future self that will be wiser than you, more aware than you are now, and have more clarity about things than you do now. And try to preserve for that future self an environment or opportunity or whatever in which it can thrive. In other words, don't destroy your future when you're young with ill-advised nonsense. That's my main piece of advice. Anybody between 13 and 29.
What's your advice?
Give your future self some credit. Assume that in the future you'll be wiser, more aware, have more clarity, etc. And preserve for that future self your agency. So don't do stupid shit when you're young that destroys your future.
That's good advice.
That means don't get yourself all tatted up. That means don't like commit to becoming a famous rapper to the extent that you burn bridges to other things or something, you know, like that kind of stuff. The other thing I would note about young people now is young people now are vastly more knowledgeable and wise than I was at their age. And the reason for that is because of the increased fluidity of information. When I was their age, the internet was just a baby. You know, I was born in 71. So when I was 19, it was 1990. And the internet existed, I guess, sort of, barely, you know. Maybe 91, somewhere around there it started. And the thing is, obviously, if I could go back to that time and know what I know now, I would make myself rich. You know, start some of one of my various little tech ideas and roll with it. But you know what's interesting is Jeffrey, and maybe somebody has an answer to this question actually. I pushed hard on Jeffrey and his family to make one of my ideas happen, which is basically it's an NFT game that links to the concept of a stock market of individuals' fame. Basically, you launch an IPO of yourself, and it issues 10,000 stocks, NFT. Anyway, it appears to be that Jeffrey's actually following through on doing this shit. So much so that, and he's asked me multiple questions that suggest he's making progress on it. So much so that today he said in an email to me, where is it? He says, how are we setting the conversion rate of the cryptocurrency users will spend inside the app? My current plan is to host the currency and the NFTs on the same blockchain. Will that work? I don't know. Uh-oh. Somebody's being exposed as an imposter here, and it's me. I don't know. I don't fucking know. It makes me super happy that he's doing it. And I told him on this one, like, now listen, you guys are going to do this one, but I want a piece of it, all right? Because it's going to make a lot of money. And he's doing it. They're doing it. You know, I mean, it's a lot better idea than his fucking physical manufacturing or operation. It's just been it's clusterfuck of fussy customers and problems and yada yada. You know. And that's the thing, is how useful is it to know about cognitive functions? The most useful thing about it is certain types, INFJs, ENTPs, INTPs are three ones that stand out, INTJs, they find having a correct map fairly critical to navigating through the world. I was thinking about asking Horseman more than getting back to Jeffrey about it. But if anybody else knows what the answer to that question is, please do share. So, INTPs, ENTPs, INFJs are perhaps the three most capable types of utilizing complex maps of identity like that. And also, that means they need them. In other words, I didn't really start to feel like I understood things well in life until I got fairly deep into cognitive functions. I started to feel like I understood life better before then, after I quit drinking, you know, but I didn't understand the world, you know. I understood better how to be a human being in the world by quitting drinking, but I didn't really understand how to be a better human being in the world until I got into cognitive functions and had an adequate map that could provide me some way of reckoning things against other mapping points rather than so much physicalities. Because, of course, it's like I'm just not optimized to learn very much from physicalities. I was thinking about making a short video. In fact, I made some little notes for it. On this topic of milestones. That for most types, their milestones are likely milestones like getting married, graduating from college, graduating from high school, whatever, stuff like that, you know. But for me, I see my milestones as often linking to intellectual moments, not to events. So like one of the milestones in my life is I remember when I was a little kid, I couldn't have been more than about 4 or 5 years old, maybe 6, I don't know, but probably not even that old. And my dad had been talking to me about free will, and I remember jumping over the neighbor's driveway and back and trying to sort of test this free will notion by saying, okay, well, let me decide to jump over it and then not jump over it. And then going, no, that still doesn't work as a test. I was a very little kid doing this, trying to figure out this notion of determinism or free will at a very young age because my dad talked to me about it. And all of a sudden I had a map that I could do something with and engage with. And what did I do as a little kid? I engaged with that map. And then another milestone moment for me was reading Zen and the Art of Motorcycle Maintenance as a teenager. And and understanding better the concept and limitations of duality and the relationship of duality to language via Robert Pirsig's discussion of quality. I particularly read this one chapter over and over and over again, trying to get what he was getting at and having trouble understanding it. But that was another ideational milestone for me. Another one was the day I figured out, I'm not saying it hadn't been figured out before, it may have been figured out before, but the day that I figured out, independently of anybody else, what was wrong with the tree falls in the forest question. And it really opened up my understanding of language a lot, just figuring that out, realizing that the reason it's contradictory premises is because if you add the statement, it is observed that, before the first premise, you're not changing the meaning of the premise at all. It is observed that a tree falls in the forest and a tree falls in the forest are exactly the same in terms of meaning. And the reason we know that is because you can't negate the first part of that without negating the second part. So in other words, if it is not the case that it is observed that a tree falls in the forest, then we presume that a tree does not fall in the forest. And it's that recognition that the illocutionary implications of making a statement, namely that includes it is observed, I believe, I assert, as an implied beginning part, that was revelatory as to what was going on with that question. And in fact, on the old Pop Goes Lethal webpage, I made a big page about oh my God, I realized this thing. Of course, nobody cares. And to the extent that anybody cared enough to understand what I was saying, they probably would have, first thing they would have insisted would have been, you didn't come up with that. You weren't the one who figured that out. And I'm probably not. Probably somebody else figured that out before me. But the fact is, I figured it out independently. So it was a milestone for me. Another milestone was when I read the type description of ENTP, which gave me some sense of what was wrong with me. But there's a different analogy for cognitive functions, namely that it's more like a creature who's existing in an ecosystem in which they can barely get by. All of a sudden, the ecosystem becomes lush and oxygen-filled and water-filled, and they start to thrive, and they realize that they have a lot more capacity as a being than they ever realized before when they were stuck in this environment in which they couldn't thrive, So let's see what's going on here in the old chatteroo. Jung described himself a thinking type and had a problem accepting the existence of intuition. Ever read any? Yeah, well, Jung was wrong about himself. Jung was an INFJ. The thing is, I get why he mistyped himself. It's pretty straightforward. It's like Jung intuited the gist of cognitive functions, but it would be unreasonable of us to expect him to get it broken down in TI terms. He's an NIFE person. He's writing about what's most universally resonant in terms of his understanding of these archetypes, right? But he doesn't have the basic... It's predicated on a fundamentally false notion that this all links somehow to the collective unconscious and archetypes. And that's not what this is about at all. So, it's like he skipped the breakdown the mechanics part and went to the let's build some archetypal meaning stuff on top of it part. And what ended up happening is that then people revisited the only idea. You'll notice how there aren't conversations about anything else in terms of Jungian psychology except for cognitive functions. There isn't a community of people talking about the collective unconscious. There isn't a community of people talking about archetypes. There isn't a community of people talking about the hero's journey. There's a community of people talking about cognitive functions and type. Why? Because that was the only idea that was genuinely, like, bam, earth-changing insight, And of course, it needed to be refined into its proper mechanics. We needed to understand it properly. He had intuited the shadow shapes of these things beneath the water that loomed large, and he got the gist of kind of what was going on and wrote it down. But we had to pick up from there and fix it. And it took it took analytical philosophy a while to catch up, such that people there are going to be people who are equipped to deal with it correctly. And then it took the internet to allow everybody to sort of communally discuss it for one of those people or multiple of those people to join together here in TWFP and figure the shit out. It's like, It's a wonderful world of adventure that everybody loves all of the time. I mean, the thing is, it's not an evergreen topic. So, in other words, as a YouTuber, I've gotten to see very clearly what kind of things comprise a topic that people will come back to again and again, and what kind of things don't. So if I make all sorts of videos on sort of related topics that aren't quite typology, they all do way worse. So it's like there may be people out there talking about Jung's collective unconscious and stuff, but it's not a community. It's not an evergreen topic. And it's not something that people by and large are interested in exploring further. It's something that's explained by somebody, and then that's all there really is to it. There's nothing more to talk about regarding it. Yeah, I say Jung's definitely an INFJ. Is TI trainable when it's polar? Basically, more or less, no. Yes, you can take people who are TI polar and you can give them some TE workaround. So, for example, when I taught critical thinking and logic, but mostly when I didn't do this so much in the logic class, but in the critical thinking class, where I would give them those kind of deductive reasoning problems, I would give them a specific strategy to use per kind of problem, and I'd walk them through the actual steps of solving it. So, for example, if you have a problem that says, Abe, Bob, and Carl are in 3 different places in the supermarket. Carl's not in the dairy section, and Bob is not in the produce section. Abe is either in the dairy section or the produce section, and Bob is either in the dairy section or the chips section. Where is each person? Well, I told them you draw a box with the number of people and the number of locations, and you write under each of the names of the people each of the locations, and then you go one step at a time and cross off what basically it tells you to cross off, and that'll tell you what's left over, what's left over. You could do that problem in your head because except I think I messed it up by saying Bob was not in the dairy instead of the produce. I should have said Bob's not in the produce or the chips, which means Bob's in the dairy, Abe's in the produce. Bob's in the dairy. I don't remember exactly what I said, but the point is, for those kind of questions, you can give people a TE workaround. You can give people a TE heuristic. And in fact, if somebody were extremely well trained and they were TI polar, and you gave them a bunch of TI questions, and they had learned all those heuristics, were able to recognize the kind of questions, then they could, in theory, solve those problems. However, it would still be obvious they weren't TI front stack because they would require a paper and pencil to do it, and would require multiple repetitions or to see the thing written out in front of them. And that's something you can't fake, you know? Now, the other way to fake it is to have somebody in your ear giving you the answers, which I think has happened to me at least one time, maybe more. There was one person who came in very intent on disproving that the TI polar test, who tested very ESFP in every single way, and then it's like they came back and they said, I want to prove that the TI test is bullshit. And I asked them, and so I just had a brief video where I asked them a bunch of TI questions, and they got all of them like instantly, like right away. It seemed very clear to me they had somebody in the room who was cueing them as to what the answers were, because that bore no resemblance to how they had previously dealt with them, you know? One of the great theological mysteries that priests, wise people, gurus, virgins, saints, and so forth have wondered about for all of human history is, what is exactly the relationship between the Holy Spirit and Jesus? Is the Holy Spirit Jesus's uncle, therefore God's brother, or is he just God's adopted brother and there's actually no blood relation at all? Or is he even God's brother? Is he God's ghost? If so, doesn't that make God dead? What is the Holy Spirit? And is it measured in joules? How fast can the Holy Spirit go from Earth to the moon? How long does it take the Holy Spirit to travel from Earth to the moon? These are the answers I want to know. Well, yeah, I mean, look. The thing is, Jung did what INFJs typically do. He experienced things and assumed they represented an instance of some general rule, and then tried to figure out what that general rule was, and bada bing, bada boom. Isn't the Trinity God in existence? To me, the Trinity is mind, body, spirit. So which one is mind, which one is body? Well, Holy Spirit obviously is spirit. Jesus is body, and God is mind. I've also heard the Trinity described as old God, God, new God, God that always was. So you're saying sometimes God is in poor health because his Holy Spirit is down and his Jesus is up? The Holy Spirit is karma. It's a beautiful being made of light, not related by blood, but by spirit to God, and blah, blah, blah. Huh. I like old God, new God, God that always was. You know, God is the old God, the Father, the ass whooper. Jesus is new God, the gentle moisture of tenders. And Holy Spirit is God that always was. The God that's just constantly rolling his eyes. There's got to be one portion of God that rolls his eyes at all this bullshit, right? And goes, ay, ay, ay.
Yeah.
I can't believe Peter didn't teach you sending Eric another thing to look at. Another TI non-TI derived thing. Oh, you want to know what the secret is? Okay. Well, I've tucked a little piece of paper into your back pocket that tells you what the secret is. So just reach into your back pocket, pull out that little paper, and that's your fortune. Okay, I'm gonna get some fortunes for people.
Ooh. We haven't done that in a while.
We've got a lot of possible fortunes here, so let's see. I'm gonna pull them all down and everybody can get a fortune. Everybody loves a fortune when it's made by Chinese people and it's put inside of a cookie to eat. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Everybody loves a fortune when it's put inside a cookie by Chinese people to eat. Okay, I've got some fortunes here. Do I have enough fortunes? I don't want to run out of fortunes. I want everybody to get a fortune, okay? Today's fortune free for all. The secret to fortunes is in the fortunate. Okay, here we go. That should be enough fortunes for now. Who wants a fortune? Who wants a fortune cookie fortune?
I would.
Let's see.
But someone in the chat can go before me.
God is in everything. You just have to look.
Bry Guy wants a fortune.
All right, right guy, here's your fortune. But pulling one at random. Your fortune says Eric needs to get his glasses. Oops, sorry.
It's okay.
I knocked over some pills. You are coming into your own power. Enjoy. Okay?
Ooh.
Right guy is coming
That's
into
some
his
good
own
stuff
power.
right there.
Enjoy. Okay, but that's not really very helpful. Like, if God's everything, then is he even the devil?
Is he?
That seems kind of like, come on, God. Why do you want to be the devil? You know what I'm saying?
I do.
All right, who else wants a fortune? Who else wants a fortune? Jacoby gets a fortune. Jacoby, you have every reason to be confident. Congratulations. Clashing Games. Yes, I'm Christian. I'm as Christian as Christ, mixed with the Pope, mixed with Christmas, mixed with Easter, mixed with All Saints Day, mixed with holy water, mixed with communion wafer, mixed with Jesus again.
Wow. That's double Jesus.
Jonathan Basanti. Your fortune says, a financial investment will yield returns beyond your hopes.
Ooh.
Time to cash in that Amazon stock you bought back in 1996. Okay. Were they even public in 1996? I don't know. Let's see. Who else is getting a fortune? Who else is getting a fortune? Alex, you're getting a fortune. Could that prove existence of God by evidence of consciousness affecting matter? I mean, well, yeah, Alex, sort of. Like, you're onto the best proof of God, if you're going to try to prove God, which is a silly endeavor, is the grand observer proof. Of course, there's an easy response to it as well. It's not necessarily the case that there's a grand observer making everything exist, that we can't observe ourselves. It could quite instead, very realistically, be like each individual is rendering reality independently on their own computer, just like we do with computers, right? So anyway, Clashing Games. I'm telling you, though, I'm reading it. You just have to trust me. I'm not going to lie to you about your fortune, okay? All right, Clashing Games, your fortune says, you also have every reason to be confident. Jode Nifila. Food Cube is a smart investment. It's definitely a smart investment. Okay, Jude Nofila. Your most important work is yet to come. So all this stuff that you thought you did that was worthwhile, complete waste of your time. Alex wants a fortune. The essence of Christ can be found anywhere. I'll get you a different one. Here, Richard, you pick one of these.
Okay.
For Alex.
The top one. Yeah, that one.
Okay, well, you will have good luck in your personal affairs, is one of these two. And the other one, your most important work is yet to come.
Ooh.
So don't feel down. Don't feel down. LCS, I want to ask you a simple question. Is our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ in this fortune that you're about to get? Pew pew. Follow your heart and you will find happiness, it says. That's such an FI cognitive function bias. God. You should only follow your heart about certain things. You don't really care what you are. Don't throw out the babies with the bathwater. Yeah, that's a good advice. Oh, so that's why all the babies keep disappearing?
What does that mean exactly? Don't throw out the baby with the bathwater.
It means basically when you're getting rid of the shit that you don't have any use for, like the old bathwater, make sure you don't accidentally throw out the stuff that's important at the same time.
That is good advice.
You have the passion and ability to accomplish things great and small. Your next triumph will be won through kindness. What? Kindness? Likely story. Here's a good one. If you chase two rabbits, both will escape. That's very NI. Very NI fortune right there. You are coming into your own power and joy.
Yeah, I think that's a good one. I've always liked that one.
Lucky you make this choice. Everything comes out for the best.
That's pretty damn good for a fortune, right?
Yeah, lucky you make this choice. Oh, well, it better start being, Elise S. If it's not your topmost priority in life, then you've forgotten that the key to happiness is reasonable expectations. I can reasonably expect you to pay me to type you, so that's the key to your happiness.
If I've been kind of, on my bucket list, want to get a Santa Cruz shirt.
Yeah, sure.
Cool.
We'll go up and visit Peter Gentici and get you one. You will be released from the burden of your past, Elise S. Once you get typed by me. Until then, it says here, until you get typed by Eric, you will have no good luck in your personal affairs. Ouch. It's terrible news. But it also then says today is your lucky day. I guess that means you must be deciding to get typed today. It further says, follow your heart. Stop telling me to follow my heart. I have every reason to be confident. Hi, Susie. Talked to Abraham the other day. He gave me a really nice present.
Hey, Susie.
One of the nicest presents I've gotten in a long time. Susie, I just want to tell you, you have the passion and ability to accomplish things great and small. But that if you chase two rabbits, both will escape. Okay? Just remember those two things and you should be fine. Why is that NI such an obvious conclusion? If you chase two rabbits, both will escape. I mean, you could describe talking with famous people as failing to get that notion over and over again for the course of 7 years. You know? I really appreciated that present. That was a substantial present. And please reiterate. I've reiterated it to him already, but please reiterate again. I really appreciated that. That was very nice of him.
Yes, that really was.
Yeah.
It was a perfect gift for Eric.
And it's like, yeah, that's, wow, Christmas in October or whatever.
Yeah.
When he handed it to me, I was like, damn! Well, that lasted about a week. Anywho.
I actually thought that it lasted a pretty long time.
Yeah, it actually lasted longer.
Yeah.
Than that. It lasted a good 2 weeks, probably. So, Elise was just talking about how she's not sure she can muster the will to live until she gets typed by Eric. Elise, don't give up. Don't give up hope.
Don't give up.
Someday you too will be typed by Eric, and then you'll really know what type you are. Until then, you're just going to have to be subsumed by the consuming mists of confusion.
Oh my gosh, being there.
Yeah.
I honestly have felt so much more ontological comfort than ever before because I actually know my type. It's like, it does make an effect.
Makes a difference for certain types. Certain types probably don't really feel any need to know their type at all. You know, My dad could not be any less interested in
No.
this whole typology thing. Whenever I try to bring it up or mention, like, hey, that's really indicative of, it's just in one ear out the other. Couldn't care less. ESFJs couldn't care less. It's like the opposite of your NI dom. Whereas your NI doms have a tendency to, or I guess it's your opposite of your NI tools, really. The NI tools think everything links to some universal and is an example of some universal. ESFJs think that the only universals that really matter are that that if we position ourselves right, people will like us, I guess. Shit is finally falling into the places they need to be for the most part. I'm glad to hear that, Susie. I was really happy to hear that you and he are still together and working on making it happen and stuff. It's a beautiful story, and I love that it's that, like, I like the fact that you guys met each other through me. It makes me feel good because you guys turned out to be the most durable couple I can imagine. It's like you have stayed together through all kinds of challenges, difficulties, barriers, etc. That video would not go anywhere. Which video? Oh, I see, Brenda Mag. No, I mean, the thing is, the reason the video would not go anywhere is because C.S. Joseph would never let it happen in a billion years. Because it wouldn't. We wouldn't argue about which one of us is an ENTP. I would unmask his lack of ENTP-ness in a second. It wouldn't even be... It would comprise something that anybody watching would say sad. It was sad, because it's a nuclear bomb up against a slap, and he's got no chance, They secretly have a crush for the other. I do not have a crush on C.S. Joseph. I don't doubt that C.S. Joseph has a crush on me. After all, he wants to be an ENTP. I did say penis. I said his EST penis. I'll unmask his EST penis for an EST vagina in a second. There is no way in any universe that C.S. Joseph is an ENTP, and somewhere deep down he knows this, which is why he refuses to have any kind of conversation with me. And if we were to have a conversation and we were to sort of go back and forth doing, okay, prove you're an ENTP things, he wouldn't be able to hang for 5 seconds. Not a chance in fucking hell. I went into his website to check what tech he used to build it, and I read some feedback from people who've been working with him complaining about how messy he is. What does that have to do with anything? I mean, the nice thing is, we don't need to check, like, random third-party descriptor correlates. We can actually check by testing functions a lot more directly than that. And all we have to do is go, let's see how your extroverted intuition is, C.S. Joseph. And he wouldn't last a round, He wouldn't make it through one round. He made a video talking about how to socially engineer INFJs. He made videos about how to socially engineer all the different types. Because, of course, for him, he's got a TE frame of reference that says we need to take these truths that are being said about typology and render them useful to people in some concrete way, because NI by itself, you know, the thing is, I mean, I haven't talked about C.S. Joseph in a long time. He seems to be kind of lying low, whereas the one I've been talking more shit about is DSP, and the primary reason I talk more shit about DSP is because he seems to infect more people with a more substantial kind of wrongness. It's like C.S. Joseph, you can tell people are C.S. Joseph heads and they come in talking about their shadow or whatever. But at least they get the fact that cognitive functions go, like, there's only 16 configurations, which is basically representing a capacity to understand cognitive functions as they are. Whereas if you come in and think that you could be TI, NI, and that makes sense, then you have no idea what a cognitive function is. You're just, you've been set up to get everything wrong because it sets you up to understand what a cognitive function is wrong to begin with, you know? That's not better, it's worse.
It really does.
There, how's that? That's fine. I mean, the thing is, Peter didn't teach you. I have the capacity to set up my channel for memberships as well. In fact, YouTube has encouraged me to do it on a couple of occasions. Like, it sends this, you know, it's this like auto remind thing that YouTube does for people who haven't done it yet. They want me to, but the thing is, and I'm not against the idea of doing it. I just want to make sure I do it right. If I'm going to be promising special stuff for members, I need to have special stuff to promise. And just like making videos that only members can see, well, that's a possibility. But I need to put together some kind of like, I guess if I put together a real sort of curriculum-driven lecture series covering all of cognitive functions, and then made that for members only, maybe might be a good idea. But at the same time, I think like if it's a good enough video, wouldn't it be better to have it public and have more people see it?
Yes.
But I guess that just depends on, I guess there's some TE math stuff to be done there in terms of amount of money likely to generate by increased access to random people versus amount of money generated with people paying directly for it, or something like that, or paying indirectly-ish for it. Because I could also make videos that cost money by themselves, like you can rent this or buy this video from, yeah. I just, unfortunately, I'm not a... Yeah, I mean, it depends on how those various vectors play out. Susie, you're right. And then, of course, there are also sort of ancillary unintended effects, which is to say, I guess there's an opportunity cost that you never quite get to calculate, which is the person who potentially would have gotten into your shit because they would have watched that video but were turned off because they couldn't access it or something, and then didn't watch any more of your shit. I don't know if that's possible really or not. I'm not sure how it exactly works, but it's probably an overblown concern anyway. It's just, I guess, before I do it, I want to feel like I've got clarity about exactly what it is and why I'm doing it and how to do it and stuff. I should probably research it. Maybe watch a video on YouTube about how to do it or something. Play guitar on an OnlyFriends account. Elise S. could dismantle his bullshit. Well, good for you, Elise S. I'm glad to hear it.
Yeah, me too.
That you'd be doing God's work. You got to get your FI into it. Alright, let me play something really FI. Let's see, what do I really have a lot of feelings about? I mean, the funny thing is, when I think about what I have a lot of feelings about, I think about stuff related to me, not other people, really. Then I think, oh wait, other people. Delilah, Rachel, yeah. But my first thing I thought was things I feel strongly about, like that more people should listen to me. I feel strongly about that, I guess. That's the first thing that came to mind.
What the curve surfer has to deal with. He always wants to hear things firsthand. I don't like to listen to him, but he knows he's right. The curve surfer, he's the best. He knows everything before the rest.
I feel strongly with emotional heart that all the people who turn their ears apart and walk away are saying nay to the truth. But everybody's got their own truth, Eric. I can hear you crying in objection right now. No, they've just got their misunderstanding. That's as much sense as it all makes. That's why the brakes for being okay are put on today to stop you from saying everything wrong. That's my real feelings, my real emotional feelings, emoting. Let me just try to emote with, I'm not going to say any words, I'm just going to emote, okay? Emotion, here we go. Ooh. Ah. Oh. 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 Ah. Ah. Oh, yeah. Those are emotions. All of those things were emotions.
Cassidy.
Did you believe my emotional landscape?
I did.
Thanks.
I thought you really were able to emote what those feelings were that you were singing.
Believe my emotional landscape is a good name for an album, I think. Good. 'Cause you've got to believe my emotional landscape, or else we'll never escape from this hell that you call disbelief in me. Oh, gee. Right? You've got to believe in my emotional landscape. You've just got to.
You've got to.
Can you start a song with no emotion and end with a lot of emotion? That's a good point, right? This song is emotion free. There's emotion coming from me. Not at all, it's robotically delivered just as it should be, without tenderness or feelings or salty moisture. Instead, it's only filled with robotic consists of choices are not made for me to have. I'm robotic and I can have no emotion that is having for me indicate a preference, then I would be too emotional like emotional men. But now a person has taken over. Emotion flows from every pore. You said there was inadequate emotion, so I added more. And this is what emotion sounds like. Wind turned into song. It's totally emotional and incredibly wrong. There you go. It started out with no emotion and ended with a lot of
Ended
emotion.
with a lot.
Yeah. I play a very wide range of things, and there are lots of parties to whom you could compare me. It doesn't matter what you think of those parties. I'm not flattered by your comparison. It undermines my absolute value of creative originality to be compared to parties, not myself. So if you think that's a compliment, it's not. After all, I write real songs. Gerald had a thought. Gerald has a lot. Gerald has a plot to get to Marjorie's tater tots. He's got a good idea for a name-changing business. Thinking now about what to call Christmas when they hire his firm to change that name. Gerald always thought there'd be chance enough to return to the work I left rough. He'd get back to it eventually, but his visions piled up and his plans would interrupt all the work that started off so hopefully. Now his mind is back on his business, thinking of changing factless to listless. So how all the people will shout his name. And Gerald knows he understands ever more clearly now. He won't provide explanation regarding the why, the how. He'll see you and know you from inside your heart. Exciting, delighting, Gerald plays his part. But Gerald's feeling there's too much to do, and he drops time in the underview. Too much to rebut, so where now and what? Too much time spent nitpicking this queue with you. Gerald has a thought. Gerald has a plot. Gerald has a thought to get to Marjorie's tasty spots. He's got a good idea for a name-changing business. Thinking now about what he'll call Christmas when they hire his firm to change that name. Gerald has a thought. Thank you, darling. You're a wonderful lady
Thanks, you're welcome.
who pleases me. You please me with your applauses. Will you sing with me on this one? It's a very cloudy day.
in Los Angeles.
I'm sorry.
That's okay.
right, here we go. It's a very cloudy day.
in Los Angeles. And today we've run out of time. Struggles past, struggles still to come. Day is nearly done.
Will someone buy us some more time? Cloudy day in Los Angeles. Cloudy day in LA. I'm no sort of evangelist, but I have something to say. 'Cause life can strangely be forgiving to those who stay awake all night, and voices telling you to give in will try to sap your will to fight. But whether I'm supposed to be here or just be super goddamn noise is sort of based on what I see here and also on what I avoid.
It's a very cloudy day in Los Angeles. And today we've run out of time.
Struggles past, troubles still to come. The day is nearly done. Will someone buy us some more time? Cloudy day in Los Angeles. Cloudy day in LA. I'm no sort of evangelist, but I got something to say. Something to say. Well, that was nice.
That was nice.
That was a pleasant pleasure that pleased the people with pleasings.
Oh, please. Please the people with pleasing. Thank you, Duels.
Every life lived reaches a time when the road splits in two. When I'm there, dark times, times of despair, times when it's hard to feel good. That's when I look for my sack full of solvency and that satchel of helpful goods. Satchel of helpful goods. Satchel of helpful goods. Satchel of helpful goods. Every life lived reaches a time when the road reaches an end. When I'm there, will there be anybody else around? Or will I travel all alone? That's when I look for a sack full of solvency and a satchel filled up with home, and that satchel of nothing but bone. Satchel of helpful goods. Satchel of helpful goods. satchel of helpful goods. A satchel of helpful goods. Satchel of helpful goods. Satchel of helpful goods. That was a pretty good take of that one.
That was.
That went pretty well. Let's see what else
You sound good.
we got in the old playbook here. It was 100,000 million years ago. Time went slow. Nobody had to show place the slabs below. Let them go. They will start to grow. More years ensue. Tears gnashing through. Oh, holy slabs come to view. Unchangingly true and eternally new. But when the slope appears in charge today, options at large show other ways. Give each a chance now. Once quick to check, but don't get caught standing on deck. The slope presents a fork. It's not easy stopping short. Too far along to turn around. Perhaps the better course was headed ever north. Now there's a fitter force, enemy ground. It was 100,000 million years ago. Time ran slow. Nobody yet to show place the slabs below. And let them go. They will start to grow. More years ensue. Tears gnashing through. Oh, holy slabs come to view. Unchangingly true and eternally new. But when the slope appears in charge today, options at large show other ways. Give each a chance now. Once quick to check, but don't get caught standing on deck. The slope presents a fork. Not easy stopping short. Too far along to turn around. Perhaps the better course was headed ever north. Now there's a fitter force, enemy ground. It was 100,000 million years ago. Whew. That's pretty clean too.
Yeah.
That's pretty clean.
That's a newer one.
Seem to be playing the guitar a little cleaner than I usually do tonight.
Yeah, it sounds good. Clear.
You want to say
Is
something?
it out of convenience?
Well,
No.
it was. I mean,
No.
it's like I don't think it was so much intention, really,
No.
in one way or the other at first. It just sort of happened.
Yeah.
But I think she likes it. I think she finds it comfortable,
I do.
easy.
Yeah, it's so much easier. Oh my gosh.
I tell you one thing that I prefer about her having short hair is that there are fewer hairs around.
Oh, you're not gonna see like any.
Long hair girl, whatever girl you are, long hair girl, you leave hairs everywhere. Whoever you are.
Yep.
You know what, let me move this back a little further and see if we can get the guitar in the picture. There we go.
Yeah.
No, okay. Oliver Linehan. Oliver Linehan. No, 100,000 million is not 100 billion. 100,000 million is a very special number. It endows itself with more than just a billitude, okay? It's got a special ring to it. El Nino, my ass. You call those storms? Where is the rain? Those drizzles don't count. I drizzle more when I pee in the sink, which is just the right height to catch all of the undesired splatter. And when I'm done, I'll go outside and climb a ladder. And I will go up there and take me a bucket and pour water inside. And I'll say, hey, Mr. Cloud, drop it from the bottom. Hey, Mr. Cloud, drop it from the bottom. Hey, Mr. Cloud, drop it from the bottom on me. I gave up being mathematically equivalent. Yeah, I gave it up. It's what I gave up last year for Lent. I was tired of everything on both sides of every equation. Always feeling like they had to declare themselves of the same nation. So now I insist that numbers like 100,000 million years ago aren't be seen as a billion, 'cause that's wrong. Don't call it a billion, you know that I'm strong. Call it a billion and I'll punch you in the face. Well, how do you like that, Oliver Linehan? You just got yourself a punch in the face. Pew!
Pew!
That's my position on mathematical equivalency, also known as the devil's work. Okay, listen. I'm pretty sick and tired of you correcting me. It's starting to hurt my feelings. I don't like it. That's FI. It's my... Thank you, acting genius. Thank you. That was me acting like an FI person.
Me acting like a hold on. I want to do my impersonation of an FI person.
Okay.
I could do it with this too. This is supposed to be a blanket. But no, I don't want to. No.
That's an introverted FI person. Mine's more the extroverted FI person.
Ah.
Yeah. Here.
Mom, don't eat my food away. I like to use blankets with my FI.
Here's another kind of FI. Jody. That's emotion.
That's to that emotion was directed towards Jody.
Yeah.
So.
See, it's just not 100% bad.
He's not an ENTP.
He's at least 10% mediocre.
maybe this would be a blanket. It's like an INFP's gonna stay home when they feel sad. Yeah, an INFP's gonna stay home when they feel sad.
C.S. Joseph isn't all bad. He's at least 10% mediocre. C.S. Joseph isn't all terrible. He's not wrong about absolutely everything, but nevertheless, I wouldn't listen to him. If you wanted to be right inside the bin of correctness,
There's a side. Oh yes, there's a side.
Merry Christmas and to all a good night.
P.P. Strauss. Oh, come here. Yes, yes, yes. Yes,
What
yes,
you call a YouTube channel, I call just a massive grift. Even though declaring that it's such might only cause a rift. Nevertheless, I agree with Oliver Linehan. Yes, I do. By and large, see it just as a way to extract dollar bills from a whole bunch of dumb people. Yes, by and large, I see it as a way to extract dollar bills from a shit ton of dumb people. Yes, by and large, I see it as a way to extract dollar bills from a shit ton of dumb people. Yes, by and large, I see it as a way to extract dollar bills from a shit ton of dumb people. Yes. Yes, by and large, I see it as a way to extract dollar bills from a shit ton of dumb people. Yes, by and large, I see it as a way to extract dollar bills from a shit ton of dumb people. Yes, by and large, I see it as a way to extract dollar bills from a shit ton of dumb people. Yes, by and large, I see it as a way to extract dollar bills from a shit ton of dumb people. Yes, by and large, I see it as a way to extract dollar bills from a shit ton of dumb people. In contrast, I am only noble and good. I'm not always trying to squeeze money from people. Instead, I try to exploit that fact to make myself seem a whole lot nicer and more cool than Dave. And I am, and it's true, and it will remain so, 'cause I don't view you as a wallet I can reach into, and that's why, because I'm not C.S. Joseph like, nor DSP in the way I want to fight with your financial well-being to my own benefit. I charge a very reasonable amount for my typing sessions.
Yes, very reasonable.
Now I get it that $100 is more or less depending on who you are and where you are in the world, but you know, every single word out of my mouth, if it got paid what it was worth, I'd be a multi-quadrillionaire right by now. You know, every single word is worth at least $1 from every person on the planet.
Hello?
Hello, Jeffrey's mom.
Hello. Actually, sorry for this really short notice. Jeffrey just told me that they're reading the next 10 chapter, but she said very short chapters for the book that they're reading for history. They're discussing it tomorrow. Is it possible for you to read it?
Are you talking about Candide?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, well, I'm live streaming right now, but I'm about to end live streaming anyway, I think, so if,
Okay.
yeah, I'll try to do it after that.
Okay, that's great. Thank you.
Alright, bye.
Bye.
Well, I don't know if you guys have heard about this book, Candide by Voltaire. Boy, what what a piece of work that book is. Why they're having high school kids read it, I'm not exactly sure.
What does it have to do with?
Well, it's this. I have a video in which I describe what happens in the book. I showed it to you already. I'll show it to the people. Okay.
Yeah,
Ready,
I don't
the
mind
people?
seeing it again. I learn best. I think I'm learning that my 8th slot SI learns best when I see multiple.
Multiple meows of the meow?
Yeah.
I see. Okay, well, let me find it. I would guess it might be this one. Okay, so Voltaire's Candide. So early on, first thing happens is that this lady whose name I misspelled here, which is actually starts with a C, because I listened to it and took notes, but it's Kunakonda or whatever her name is. She watches the doctor humping some brown servant girl. Okay, and then after that, she goes to visit Candide and. Probably because he wants to keep her for himself. But anyway, chapter 2. He's driven away, Candide is, and 2 people invite him to dinner, and they talk about him being 5'5", which I guess is relatively tall for the time. And they give him money, and they talk to him about the king of the Bulgarians. Then he's conscripted into the Bulgarian army, and they talk about these horrible beatings he takes every day, and how the fact that the amount of beating goes down each day means that he's like, wow, you're an amazing hero or whatever. Then he went for a walk one day thinking it was fine to go for a walk, but they thought he was trying to run away, and so they captured him, and they gave him the choice between death or lashings, and he takes the lashings, which is going to kill him anyway, almost, until he says, just shoot me, I'm tired of being lashed. And then the king intervenes on behalf of the young metaphysician, which I appreciated hearing them refer to him as such. and he had to march. He was ready. He was healed by the time it was time to go fight. And then chapter 3, the 2 armies meet. Muskets and bayonets tells you what kind of technology we're dealing with here. And 30,000 deaths. First, Candide goes and hides in one of the burnt villages from one side and sees all the horrors wreaked by the Bulgarians. And then he goes and hides in a burnt village for the other side and sees all the horrors wreaked by whoever it is that's opposing the Bulgarians. After that, he goes to Holland, and he's still trying to live the philosophy that Dr. What's his name? Dr.
All for the best?
Yeah, what's that guy's name, though? Dr. Pangloss or something?
Pangloss, yeah.
Okay, Pangloss. Okay. So he starts begging for bread and explains to somebody who's preaching that all is as it should be. He should be begging for bread because that's how it is. And then this Anabaptist feels bad for him, takes him home, feeds him, gives him florins. Candide walks out and gives the florins he was just given to a pitiful beggar. It turns out this beggar was Master Pangloss. And Pangloss tells him that Kunakonda is dead, killed and raped by Bulgarian soldiers. And he says, well, why did you have to leave? And he says, oh, it was love. So it was this, basically, that brown servant girl that he was humping gave him a sexually transmitted disease. And then there's this hilarious passage tracing back the origins of the sexually transmitted disease to Christopher Columbus. Okay.
That's what that was about.
And then Pangloss is basically saying, but this STD is as it should be because it came along with chocolate and something else that we got from the New World. I don't remember what it was, the other thing. So then Pangloss says, I have not a farthing, and Anabaptist. So Candide is so sad for his former mentor that he takes him back to the Anabaptist, who cures him at the cost of an eye and an ear. The Anabaptist in general is practical and disagrees with this notion of all as it should be that is voiced by Pangloss and Candide. During the tempest on the boat, the storm takes a sailor basically kills the Anabaptist, and finally the Candide and Pangloss reach the shore, only to discover that they've arrived at the earthquake that destroyed Libsyn back in whatever year, based on a true event. That Libsyn really did have a big earthquake, and the sailor who had killed their mentor, who reaches shore with them, is basically loots the wreckage of the earthquake torn city and goes whoring. And then Pangloss philosophizes while Candide passes out. Pangloss reassures victims, and there's this interesting conversation about whether or not Pangloss believes in original sin. So there's basically versus liberty, and this leads to Pangloss basically being cast in the role of a heretic, along with Candide. So what the Portuguese decide in Lisbon is that they're going to, in chapter 6, they're going to make a sacrifice by burning a few people alive with great ceremony and having other such festivities. They're going to hopefully prevent the earthquake from coming back. So after they burn a few people, including some Jews, and they hang Pangloss to death. Candide begins to sort of question Pangloss's basic philosophy and laments the horrors he's experienced. In chapter 7, an old woman takes pity on Candide, and who's been beaten, I think, but not killed, and takes him to a house and feeds him, cares for him for several days, leaves him on the sofa, brings back a woman and to meet him, and who, lo and behold, could it possibly be but Cucanda, who's been raped by the Bulgarians but survived. So Candide tells his story about what's happened to him so far to Cucunda. In chapter 8, Cucunda tells her story of what's happened to her to him. First, she says how the Bulgarian raped her, but then a captain came in and killed the soldier that was raping her and takes her for himself. And then eventually he sells her to a Jew. Then that person takes her to a country house where there's an inquisitor who's basically a Catholic person whose job it is to root out heretics, including presumably Jewish people. But they decide, in order to, since the inquisitor has some leverage, he forces the Jew to basically share her with him. And there's this argument back and forth about who gets her on the weekends, because one of them has a Sabbath day and one of them has on Saturday, and one of them has a Sabbath day on Sunday. And so there's a conflict over, like, they can't come to agreement to basically switch days, so that, because they don't want to have her on their Sabbath because that would be unholy. So they're like, well, how about I have her on Sunday and you have her on Saturday since I'm Jewish? And the other guy goes, oh, no. I'll have her on, I don't want you to have her on Sunday. And he goes, well, then you can't have her on Saturday. And so she's managed to avoid it being had by either of them on the weekends, basically. Then she describes her current situation while watching the sacrifice and how she almost cried out to prevent Candide being whipped, but she was too overwhelmed by emotion to save him, actually. So she did see Pangloss get hanged, didn't say a word at that. Feels mad at Pangloss's philosophy because, unlike Candide, she sort of realized the silliness of it early on, I guess. and she's the one who put in charge the old woman to help him. And then they eat dinner together, and they sit on the sofa together. Now, the next thing you know, Candide's been dressed in finery and given a rapier, which is a kind of sword. Which means, basically, between sitting on the sofa and that happening, they had sex. Chapter 9. Jew appears to find the two together. So the Jewish guy comes in and says, "Hey, what are you doing?" He's like, basically like, "What? You're still thirsty for guys after you have both me and the Inquisitor? This is bullshit." And then Candide he comes up to try to like manhandle Candide, but Candide pulls out the rapier he'd just been given and stabs him and kills him. Who comes in next? Why, it's the Inquisitor. And in a hilarious passage, Voltaire goes, having already killed one guy, decides might as well just kill once and leave, basically. And he kills the second, he kills the Inquisitor too. So then Kukan says, "How could you do this?" And Candide says, "Well, I love you and they're my enemies, and that guy already screwed me over, so it goes, you know." And then they take their horses, the horses that belong to the Inquisitor and the Jewish guy, and along with the third horse, and they go. Now, chapter 10 begins with Kunda's money, all of her jewels and stuff having been stolen due to basically the group's nativity by some friar. And then the old woman, realizing they have no more money, she suggests selling the horse. And then they go on a ship voyage where they're heading to the New World. And Candide thinks that when they get there, they're going to see that the philosophy will prove true after all. And Kunda says something like, "Well, nobody can experience the horrors I've already experienced." And the old woman says, "Oh my God, you don't even know the half of it. I've experienced so many horrors, it's crazy." And in chapter 11, the old woman was not always old and a servant, she reveals. She grew up the daughter of a pope and a prince, and was a princess growing up in a palace. And the waiting women, the women who waited on her and got her dressed and stuff, would fall into ecstasy just by virtue of viewing her nudity, either the front or the back half, equally so. She loved this prince, nuptials were prepared, but then the prince's mistress kills him, and the humor here is, of course, that she knew this prince had a mistress, but purportedly loved him so much anyway, which is really her way of saying it was totally political for her, but she's trying to paint it as something other than, right? And then the old woman tries to get away because now she no longer has protection because the prince is dead, and she gets captured, and they search her vagina for... Well, okay, so here's the thing, everybody. I'm kind of glad that this came up a little bit. I wanted to make... It made me so happy, I actually got a little teary-eyed when, tomorrow I go get the second dose of the Moderna vaccine. And I read all the papers that come with it, and I was really just like gratified and pleased as a citizen to see how thoroughly they inform you about all the realities of it. It's like, this is not a proven, fully tested vaccine, blah, 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 blah. There are these risks, blah, blah. And they even have set up in advance a unexpected consequences fund that you can file claims against if you have a problem with your vaccine. So if you have problems associated with it. So I was struck by how people who try to claim there's some sort of conspiracy or something are not being honest, right? Because if you actually look at all the information, it's all there for you to see. There's nothing, nobody's hiding shit. It's exactly as it should be if it were as it appears to be, No, I agree with you, Elise S. Obviously, the CIA testing on unknowing citizens, anything, is wrong and bad and criminal, right? It's criminal because it violates the bodily autonomy of those people, and without even having their consent or even awareness of it. So obviously that's not good. And sure, there should be some sort of legal protections for people against things like that. Nobody's disputing that. But the fact that there was an example of an avalanche doesn't mean that this time as you're kicking snow down the mountain, it's an avalanche, right? So you have to actually look at the specific situations. Yes, what you described there in that olden days CIA that was very, I'm not sure the new one's any better, but which very much, I guess, operated comfortably being above the law in a way that's not appropriate for a legitimate citizen democracy's government agency or whatever, has historically. So the thing is, it's not like anybody's affirming the legitimacy of that, right? It's highlighted as a great failure, a proof of the capacity of that organization to fail and to do things wrong and to be fucked up, right? And why was it black men? Because they were racist. I mean, because basically, the basic reason was because these low status black men that they chose to do this on had fewer capacities to catch on / complain about it, right? And they were less likely to be listened to by mainstream reporters or something like that because it was a segregated culture back then. I mean, obviously, the CIA took advantage of that, and I'm sure there were plenty of racist CIA people anyway. And there was obviously a perception that somehow they didn't qualify as legitimate full Americans, you know. And that was fucked up. I mean, there's no doubt about that. But, I mean, I think just because something happened sometime in the past a certain way doesn't mean that something similar means the same thing now, you know? Look, I'm not saying it's for everybody, but I'm kind of a fussy person when it comes to hygiene, so I like to sterilize my women right before I touch them. That includes Rachel, of course, as my current and final woman.
That's so nice.
But it was true in all relationships prior. I'm a big believer in I want you clean enough to do surgery off of before I'm going to have sexual intercourses at you. A fourth slot SI maybe. You know. Once I get my vaccine, I'm gonna be walking around flaunting it constantly. Vaccinated, motherfuckers!
Yeah.
Yeah. Clean enough to do surgery on. Clean enough to eat surgery off of. That's really clean. If it's clean enough to eat surgery off of, you know it's clean. So we'll see what the second dose of this Moderna one does. Apparently, most of the side effects are supposed to happen only after the second dosage, not really after the first. So,
oh, really?
Yeah, that's what I read today, was that I want the toilet clean enough to eat off of because I plan to eat off of it. Well, the thing is, I think concerns about the vaccine are pretty much absurd. I don't understand why why all of a sudden, after many, if you want to talk about precedent, right? You're talking about Tuskegee. What about the long precedent we have of vaccines being totally fine? Well, it's because, no, there is a reason. Because the vaccines don't really work. They only sort of work for a while because it's coronavirus. Coronavirus is notoriously vaccine resistant. Apparently, they came up with a new kind of vaccine for recently, just a couple of days ago. I saw a thing on an article about it, which lengthens the immunity time to 8 months. I mean, are you fucking kidding me? That's not a vaccine, really. It's more like a flu shot. It's going to have to be a yearly thing. If they're going to mandate everybody has to get it every year, then so it goes, I guess.
I wish it was more like the flu shot, though, where, like, you can decide whether...
No, I agree with you and Boba Fett. The imposition is the problem. The idea that because it's possible for a person to catch a virus and spread a virus, that therefore society has good cause to force them to meow, meow, meow is not okay in my book. It's like, let nature run its course a little bit, for fuck's sake. You know, it's like these people who died in Italy of COVID, right? 90% of them were over 80 years old with multiple pre-existing conditions. They were probably going to die in this year's flu season or that year's cold season or whatever. So why not just, you know, write it off as what it is, which is people who are about to die of something. And, you know, from all the actual early data that we were getting, it was almost the ideal pandemic. It killed off the old and the sick and didn't touch the young. Why not just let it run its course, you know? Because that's too callous and doesn't care enough about people or whatever. But, I mean, I don't know, man. This is a paradigm shift unlike any in the history of humankind, which is to say, for all of human history, people have dealt with getting sick. There was just no avoiding it. And people dealt with being around people who were sick. There was just no avoiding it. And it's still the case. It's just that everybody decided to freak out about this one new virus because it's new, basically. And sure, if you add up the raw numbers, it's going to kill a lot of people. If you say that every death that somebody has when they have COVID and they die in a hospital, let's even narrow it more than that, that's a COVID death. And of course, you're going to have huge COVID numbers. Because even if it is the case that 0.1% of people die of it, that's still 1 out of 1,000, and that's a lot of people when you add them up, you know? If everybody gets it, quote unquote. Now,
right.
The thing is, the idea that it justifies changing our basic alignment to sickness is the problem, you know? Our basic arrangement with the realities of being sick and getting sick.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did I get you?
No. You did not. Okay. Well, I mean, I think you can probably get an exemption for that. Then, Elise. It does ask, it asked on a questionnaire before we went in tomorrow if I take any blood thinning medication. Or class blood thinning was an issue for me. So, since it asked about it, it probably... Yeah, it is. It's the totalization of the frame harm prevention. And when you totalize any frame of reference, you get totalitarianism. Well, yeah, harm prevention is a better frame to totalize than most, but what makes it totalitarian is that it ends up justifying things that don't actually prevent harm. Right? So, how much harm was prevented by shutting down and killing all those restaurants? it's hard to say. You can't articulate that this many lives were saved, or even that you diminished exposure, because at the time when there was this big lockdown, the supermarkets were jammed full of people. Now, granted, at first they tried to make this lines outside where you have to only let a certain number of people inside at a time, but that melted away pretty quick, and all of a sudden you got throngs of people in supermarkets that can't go anyplace else. And nobody's really following this 6 foot thing, but everyone's trying to act like they are, kind of. It's this huge health theater thing. Did that in fact reduce the closeness of people to each other and the spreading of diseases that more than if we had left the restaurants open and left people go wherever they want? I mean, if you tell people they can only go to one of a few places, those places are going to attract throngs of people.
Yeah, like, when I gave it a second thought, I was thinking about the mall and how close, like, we were to each other. It was unavoidable that you were going to pass someone and it not be 6 feet. Like,
I mean, the thing is, Boba Fett, that's very A-slot SI of you, okay? I get my dad's perspective on the flu shot, too. My mom and my dad got the flu shot every year. My dad still gets flu shots. And they never get the flu. And his point is, why would you bother messing around with getting sick and feeling miserable for a day, a week, when you can avoid it by getting the shot? And, he's right. He's right. But for me, I've always had the same attitude that you have, Boba Fett. I am not going to go get this flu shot. I never seem to get the flu anyway. So if I do get it, it's like car insurance. Pay so much for car insurance every year. You're better off not paying for car insurance and then paying for the crash that you're liable for. And the only thing is, of course, what if you are responsible for a crash that causes some major injury to somebody, in which case you probably can't afford to pay for it, and that's how they justify mandating car insurance. But the thing is, making rules about how people use the roads at least seems like an appropriate forum for the government to have authority over. The roads are kind of core job of the government, number one, right? Is maintaining the roads and basic physical transport infrastructure of a country seems to be job number one. So the fact that those are public spaces that the government creates and has authority over seems not to really be in any huge amount of dispute. So as much as we might not like things like seatbelt laws or helmet laws, they don't really dramatically exceed the scope of government authority because they're limited presumably to the use of the roads.
It's really like seatbelt law is like tough for me because I did have a situation where it wasn't a car accident and the seatbelt definitely stopped me from projectiling through like the glass.
I had the same experience, and I was in one of those accidents where I didn't have my seatbelt on too. So, when I was in high school, for some reason, I never wore my seatbelt in high school when I was driving, but for some reason on that particular day I put it on, and I got into a crash where I hit this Austin Healey. It was really like cherry Austin Healey. Was sticking out from the middle thing. I wasn't really paying attention, and I was like dancing around or whatever, and then I look and it's like right there, and I slammed on the brakes, but I hit into his car and smashed it, So I had a seatbelt on and it went like that, and I was fine. But one time in Tijuana, a couple years later, I was driving drunk and I rear-ended somebody in Tijuana, and me and my friend Dave came to. We were both like, I passed out of the wheel basically, and there were these spider web cracks where each of our heads had hit in the windshield. But we didn't hit quite hard enough to kill ourselves, I guess.
Someone was with you.
Yeah, guardian angel or whatnot.
Yeah.
If it had been an isekai, that would have been the moment when I'd been transported to a magical world to get OP stuff.
Uh-huh. You probably did.
Did I?
Yeah, I mean, you were out for a little bit, right?
Yeah, but when I woke up, instead of a magical world, I just saw a bunch of Mexicans pouring out of a station wagon.
Oh, that's nice.
Like, hey, you ran into us. And I got out of the car and I said, no damage, no damage, even though there was definitely damage. Front of my car was all smashed up to fuck, right? And then I got back in my car and we drove away as quickly as we could. And that was the end of that. We woke up the next morning having gone the wrong direction, south into Mexico instead of up to towards California. And we had eventually pulled off and we woke up on this dirt road in this little teeny Mexican village that was off of the highway some distance. And there were like chickens bucking and pecking around our car. And we're like, whoa, what's going on here? It was quite a memorable fiasco.
Yeah. That sounds like it. Oh my gosh.
Makes me glad I don't drink alcohol anymore.
Right?
Yeah. Being sick is like being sad. It's normal, happens to everyone. It's healthy even for people to go through those things. The basic problem with this harm prevention frame being totalized is then so many other things are justified. There's no justification for driving. You know, if the risks associated with COVID were sufficient to lock down society, then they're also sufficient to prevent people from driving. If the risks that were implicit in COVID and the reasoning behind it were to applied to HIV, then we should legally prohibit single people from having sex until there's a vaccine. You know, and obviously nobody's going to intuitively say those are good ideas because people really need to drive. Well, people really needed their jobs, and that didn't stop the government from making more than half of the people in the world non-essential people. They call it non-essential jobs. What they mean is non-essential people. People's identities are often linked to their jobs and what they do, and some people building business over years and years and developing all the skills and habits necessary to make it successful, and then be told you're not essential. You know, the weed store was essential because people would freak out, right, if they couldn't get their weed. The liquor store was essential because people would freak out if they couldn't get their cigarettes or their alcohol. But the, like, restaurants aren't essential. I mean, the thing is, it's just fucked up. The pandemic proved that the working class makes the world go round. I mean, the pandemic proved that the working class that is self-owned, the autonomous working class, is by and large viewed as expendable by the general populace. If you're not a big corporation, you're viewed as expendable by the general population, by a bunch of feelers who don't think like, oh shit, maybe I'm ruining these people's life. Maybe I'm ruining an entire family. Maybe I'm ruining their life by doing this, you know? Mask mandates except when eating or drinking indoors is ridiculous. Is the most ridiculous thing in the history of the world, right?
I was so confused, like, being in the store, in the mall, like, walking around and having, the Jamba Juice in my mouth, like, in my hands, and drinking it. Because, like, not Jamba Juice, what was it? What was I drinking? I don't know, I was was drinking something. Oh no, I had the Pellegrino, and like I was taking sips from it and lifting my mask. Like felt so wrong. I didn't like that it felt so wrong.
Just poke a straw hole into your mask.
God, yeah.
Excuse me, ma'am, there's a hole in your mask.
When I went to like talk to one of the salespeople, I breathed in and like breathed in my mask too. Oh my gosh, I really am not a fan of masks.
Yeah, me neither. Well, this morning I went to the gas station and the lady at the gas station wasn't wearing one, so I don't know if the mask mandate's been lifted or what. It goes back and forth, and it's like there's no limiting principle being applied. There's no consistency. It makes no sense. It's like it's so frustrating.
It is.
It's so frustrating because, you know, you get people on both sides of the equation being wrong and nobody listening to Eric. Now, at least the thing is, you're assuming you're part of that crowd that views people who own their own endeavors as non-essential or expendable people. If you want to care about people, instead of saying, if you're being treated like shit, strike, say, own your own endeavor. Be the one who's hiring instead. Encourage people to start individual businesses. It's like the same people who were one moment were super anti-corporation, the next moment were super pro-COVID alarmism, and of course without any sense of what that's actually going to do, which is this huge wealth transfer from individuals to corporations, from individual small businesses to large corporate enterprises. Well, I mean, striking has its place, but almost always what ends up happening with striking is that it only ends up being meaningful in the public sector, and the taxpayers end up shouldering these massive pension responsibilities. Like both of my parents, after working for the state of California their whole lives, get both of their pension checks are like a substantial amount of what their salary was when they retired, which was at the peak of salarying at that point, right? And then they both get their salary for the rest of their lives, and the surviving one gets both for the rest of their life. So it's like, let's say my parents retired at 65, and my dad actually retired at 60 or whatever. So he's 84 now. So basically 20 years for both my parents being paid 3/4 of their max salary when they're retired, for the rest of their lives. Let's say my mom dies or something, my dad lives to 99 or 100, then the state still pays him both of those salaries for the rest of his life. So, I mean, it's like, that kind of pension deal is not sustainable. And at least the reality is, businesses in general, the amount people get paid links pretty directly to the amount of value they add to the product and company. Okay, so it's like, by and large, people get paid as much as they're worth. It can be difficult to be valuable in that regard, because you need to be able to do something that's worth a lot to other people. But by and large, people get paid according to the amount of new wealth they generate. So when people do work that is useful for other people, they generate new abstract wealth that exists in the universe, that then the amount of currency pumped into the economy and other representations of wealth needs to keep up with. So it's important to remember that before one fixates on some sort of anti-management attitude, which is not a good idea, is ill-advised. That's not the problem. Okay, we are not in the Industrial Revolution with exploited child labor and stuff like that. That's no longer the issue here. That's not what's going on. What's going on is that the economy is getting increasingly true, which is to say, you're unlikely to get more profit than utility you provide. I mean, at least as there are tons of corporations that you proudly and strongly support because to you they don't seem like corporations, they seem like small businesses or something. You don't understand what a corporation is. It's a legal entity that functions as a financially responsible agent in the sense that it has its own finances and stuff. I would actually be in favor of fast food restaurants that let you create your own burger, fries, nuggets, etc. Lots of convenience stores allow you to make your own coffee as it is. So, corporations are necessary things because you have groups that need to function as entities in and of themselves. So, for example, a city is called the Incorporated City of right? The reason is because the city needs to have the authority to act as a financial agent, if nothing else. In other words, the city needs to be able to cut checks. Well, I mean, you're not arguing about it. I'm correcting some misapprehensions you've had about corporations and stuff. So, let's not mislead ourselves about what's happening here. I'm educating you about reality. Right. So the incorporation of a legal body, so to speak, a fictitious name, what they say is like, it's like a person that it has a name. Okay, well then surely you should know all of this and not make stupid ass statements like the one you made above. I'm sorry that I deduced from the stupid ass statement you made that you reflected that kind of stupidity in general. I would have assumed if you knew better, you wouldn't have made such a stupid ass statement. My mistake. Now, please do explain why you made the stupid ass statement you did. Given the fact that you know what a corporation is, that it's not something that you care or is good or bad, right? It's a legal process that one applies to allow a given body to function as a financial agent independently. Since you know that, why would you say something so fucking stupid above there? If you knew that. Because obviously only somebody who doesn't know that would say, I don't want to support disgusting corporations with my money. Expose those fuckers. I mean, it's like saying, I live someplace where it's really hot, so I don't want to give any more credit to those fucking degrees of Fahrenheit. Those are the problem. Well, no. Your problem is that it's too hot right here, maybe. It's not a problem with how we measure temperature. It's not a problem with how we manage groups or bodies as legal entities. In other words, it's not a problem with incorporation, right? No, but think, Elise. Think of what I'm saying. Think about what I'm saying, right? The problem isn't with incorporation, right? That we do in fact need the process of incorporation. I read it out loud. I will read it out loud again. I don't want to support discussing corporations with my money. Expose those fuckers. That's exactly what she said. Okay, these corporate loopholes. So, a lot of people mistake corporations taking advantage of structured tax stuff that's structured in order to encourage or discourage certain behavior as corporate loopholes. So some leftist in the legislature adds onto some bill something that says you can get a 10% tax break if you reinvest money into green energy research. So some corporation does it. And then somebody else, not very long after, goes, that's what we ridiculously are going to call a corporate subsidy. Even though it is not in any sane universe a subsidy, right? It is saying you can reduce your tax burden on this profit if you reinvest it in way meow. Now, if you don't like that idea in the first place, fine. But then critique the decision to add that to the taxation law, not the decision of the corporation to take advantage of it, right? Most of these kind of so-called corporate loopholes begin as some agenda-based person like you advocating some specific way to control or manage or get corporations to behave in certain ways. And then when corporations take advantage of it, some other agenda-based person like you comes along and accuses it of being a tax loophole or even worse, a corporate subsidy. So don't fool yourself, girl. Your bullshit's going right back up your poop chute fist first. Okay, well, at least that's called generalizing from your own experience too much, right? Just because you grew up in a corporation that was bad doesn't mean corporations are bad. Well, then think freely about your own bullshit instead of clinging to it as though it smelled good. As you can tell, at least, it doesn't matter who you are or when it happens. If you're going to throw bullshit out there, Eric's going to say, hey, don't leave that shit on my table. You clean that up before you go. And you get a summary. Oh, Elise is being mindlessly anti-corporation. Note, I'm not supporting anything, Elise. I'm telling you why you're wrong. You've mistaken my behavior here, right? I'm not advocating in favor of anything. I'm not affirming anything. I'm explaining why your perspective is wrong and inconsistent with reality. Elise, that's a terrible place to keep your money. You're not going to be able to eat or talk. I suggest your pocket or your purse instead.
Nice.
Okay?
That's good advice. Good sound advice.
Also, I'm pretty sure if you try to vote with your money, it will be considered a spoiled ballot and not be included. So if you write down your choices on like a dollar bill and drop it in the ballot box, it will not count. You're just wasting your dollar. At least, S, you could frame it another way. People like coming here and saying wrong shit a lot. Right? Or you could say, wow, you're remarkably diligent about not letting my bullshit slide. Could frame it like that. Gosh, you keep a clean house. How about you frame it like that? Or thank goodness someone around here won't put up with my bullshit without telling me off. How about that? I don't care. You've never told me I am wrong. Maybe that's because I'm not wrong. You always tell people they are wrong when they challenge your lens. You're not challenging my lens. You made a statement that was bullshit. Right? That basically that you didn't want to support corporations, even though reality is you just are thinking of small businesses that are incorporated as somehow not corporations, which is just nonsense, right? So I'm correcting you. You're not challenging my lens, all right? So when we debated the corporate tax subsidy topic, I did a great deal of research specifically into corporate tax law in order to make sure that my kids could win the argument on both sides. Now, there's the big difference, right? You didn't do the work on both sides. You just did the work on one side. And you only did some of the work on one side. Only the work you wanted to do because it confirmed what you wanted. But those are corporations, Elise. Remember how corporations are disgusting and you don't like them? Or do you only like the ones that aren't incorporated for some reason? Like, like the gardeners. Who just take a check in their name. If you go into the store and you go, okay, can I write? I gotta get a cashier's check to buy this. To whom do I have it made out? Do I have it made out to Bob's TVs? No. Just have it made out to Bob Nelson. No, I don't. My business can't cash checks. Well, because I hate corporations. That's why. Yeah, it causes me problems all the time. People try to send money to Bob's TV or whatever. I'm like, no, it's just me, Bob Nelson. She just named the business Bob Nelson. I don't know what the fuck I was thinking. Look, the thing is, any business model that scales will naturally become a corporation as the individual responsible for that good idea cashes in on it. That's what causes innovation. That's why you're in the most... I mean, at least the thing is, throughout all of human history, until today, you were not empowered to be this wrong. Remember that. When you shit on the society that empowers you to shit on it. So, this is the first moment in human history in which you have been disempowered to be this vocally wrong to so many people without any negative consequences, and in fact with affirmation for your willingness to share your opinions, right? So remember that, Elise S. When you shit on the society that affords you this legitimacy as a human being, remember what causes civilization is capitalism, first and foremost, okay? Now, granted, it's a necessary but insufficient condition is a robust marketplace of ideas. There's no disputing that. But foremost, remember that the total amount of wealth in the world is wealth that is generated by people doing things that are useful for other people. And it's up to various bodies, realities, or whatever, for currencies to emerge to equal the total amount of wealth that exists. It's one of the only things that we can think of where it exists metaphysically before it exists physically. And yet we only use it in the physical sense, like, or the digital sense. No, but you needed all those realities to be who you are today, at least as. In order to grow into the person you are now who could live in a cave, you needed the myriad realities we all take for granted to persist throughout your childhood and into your young adulthood. In other words, if you had been enslaved by barbarians at age 4, you wouldn't be here talking today. If you had died of malaria at age 6, you wouldn't be talking here today. If we didn't have the internet, we wouldn't be talking here today. Right? So you need to listen to a Gobby Weatherman, the song that will teach you a very important lesson. James Corollas doesn't want to live in a cave. Elise S wants to live in a cave, but she still wants to be able to join the live stream from the cave, right, Elise? You're gonna need to have Wi-Fi in your cave. I get it that maybe you can do away with some things and live in a cave, but it better have good Wi-Fi. Well, I guess that wins the argument. I'm sorry to hear that, Elise. Well, I'm sorry to hear that. It's unfortunate.
Yeah. I'm sorry to hear that too.
No wonder you're a little angry. I don't know, as you get older, basic comfort becomes kind of more important, you know? I mean, I'm, at least as trust the wisdom of the old. I know how poorly I deal with discomfort. I don't deal with it well. I feel the aches and pains. I feel the, you know, I have a very rocky relationship with pooing, which is to say, it seems to occupy way more of my attention and being than it ought to. Like waiting to get ready to poo, whether or not it's ready to come out right now, and sort of like delaying starting the day until it materializes properly. I spend a lot of attention on that, and I don't like to poop anywhere other than my own toilet. These things are kind of important to me. Maybe they shouldn't be, but they are. Like, I would be miserable without certain basic comforts that I need to have. I don't need to be luxuriated in bubble baths and be fed grapes by Roman maidens or whatever. But I do need to be warm enough in the winter, cool enough in the summer. I need to have comfortable chairs to sit on. I need to be able to access food easily in my environment that's easy to make and or eat or whatever. I need all those things. And I agree, I didn't necessarily need them as much in my 20s, but even then, I needed them more than I thought. I don't know what to do about the homelessness situation. It's bad. Like, it's bad in LA. There are a lot of different encampments around. I don't know what to say about it, really. It's depressing, and I recognize that there, but for the grace of God go I, you know. I'm one of those people who's, well, at least, you know, I was pretty responsible about stuff. I was pretty responsible about stuff when I was married to my first wife, until I found out that she was cheating on me. And then from that point forward, I sort of like threw up my hands about being responsible or something. And you know, I've always had something in place to help me manage shit, either a wife or a girlfriend, or, you know, need be a safety net, etc. Question: why can't the government supply enough income to end homelessness? Well, this is what I would say about that. I would totally be in favor of a universal basic income, but it would have to replace the existing social stuff, including healthcare stuff. So, if you want to accomplish a real universal basic income without killing the economy, you're gonna have to have it replace existing social programs, or be funded as per my universal basic income U.S. crypto plan, which basically takes advantage of the U.S. government's capacity to declare something legal tender for the purposes of paying taxes, and thus renders it more legitimacy than other such currencies. So the plan as structured would pay out all of its basic income in this new form, new crypto dollars, and it would collect basically like a usage exchange fee of a very small amount from either every transfer or every receipt, depending on how you structure it. That would go back into a central fund, then gets paid back out to every citizen as a universal basic income. And of course, there has to be a mining component to it as well, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So it's like, if I were to become president and be a program-minded president, I would try to make that happen. It wouldn't require a lot of legislation, frankly. So, you escaped 2 cults. Well, unfortunately, you're not going to find anything very cultish around here. You know, I don't think that you should believe me as your charismatic leader. I'm never telling you to believe me so much as I am telling you to toss aside your own wrongnesses. But, you know, that's the power of particularism. Your particular situation empowers you to make different arguments because you have personal stakes involved that I don't. And that's the reality of it, you know. It's why Jordan Peterson, of all the people who oppose the silly pronoun thing, right? Of all the people who oppose the silly pronoun things, why did Jordan Peterson get so famous? Well, primarily because he had skin in the game. It was, you know, he had to put some stuff on the line in order to when he chose to make and sustain those arguments. Whereas, equivalently, I'm not putting anything on the line to make and sustain my arguments here in the way that Elise is experiencing it in her own life. So hopefully that won't be a long-term situation, Elise. Obviously, we wish you all the best. Unfortunately, we're not a cult, so we can't, like, get you to trade in all of your money for promises. I mean, the hobo lifestyle would be more romantic if there were trains you could hop on these days and ride around the country on the rails. That'd be a little more romantic, but still depressing. I don't know. Not the life for me. I need too much. I need to be taken care of too much. I need the circumstances to take care of me more than that. I need to know where my space is that I'm going to go home to and curl up in. You know, it's like the lack of that would not make me feel okay. And I guess you could probably temporarily get that in a tent or something, but my heart would hurt a lot until I figure something out. Well, I know, but the thing is, Boba Fett, he was sort of under threat of being fired by his college as well. So he had skin in the game in that sense. And of course, he didn't make really particularly the best arguments either. although his arguments weren't terrible, he wasn't wrong in what he was saying per se, but he didn't encompass the issue adequately with the scope of his argumentation. I guess you might put it that way. Which he still rose to prominence from it because of his status inside of Toronto University. Well, I mean, he needed to have a certain amount of credentials or letters and shit after his name or before his name in order to garner the automatic legitimization thing that happens when you're a doctor or something, for a lot of people, and that was certainly helpful. The fact that it was Toronto University or some other university doesn't really make any difference, and what his role in Toronto University was doesn't really make any difference, except to say that he was being subject to pressure. Jordan's an ENTJ, I believe. ENTJ.
Look at Kitty pushed up against.
Oh, Kitty face push wall.
Yeah.
Kitty's walling face push.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes Kitty does this strange thing. She goes up to the window or the wall, and she lies so that her head is pushed against the wall like that. It's kind of weird looking.
It's so cute. It's like this thing that she does.
Putin says it's a crime against humanity to teach little kids. It can't be a crime against humanity to teach little kids they can be any gender. It doesn't even force them to be a gender other than they are, right? It's like there's nobody teaching boys going like, okay, look, no matter what you think or feel about it, you have to act like a girl, pretend you're a girl, and think you're a girl. Nobody is saying that. The idea that somebody is saying to little kids, don't feel like you have to adhere to your gender norms, and that if you don't, you're going to be subject to ontological violence. And there's nothing wrong with that at all. That's a good thing, you know. Anywho, it's about time to wrap it up. That's a 4-hour stream. That's a long stream.
Mm.
You know, it's the kind of stream that is as long as the Mississippi. I think I'll play my favorite racist song before we go.
Yay!
A song by Merle Haggard. Now, I do want to remind everybody here, in case there's anybody who forgets, I am fluidly transracial, so whether or not this is racist or ironic depends on what race I am at the moment. And I'll inform you, you don't really need to always know what my race is, but I will inform you this much, it's not white right now, which makes this song ironic rather than racist.
You know what, Elisa? I like to think that people are
Teens.
not just teens, but teens. Teens.
People are teens. What are teens?
I don't know what teens are.
You might call me a rambling man, do a lot of thumbing and a kicking cans, but it won't do a lot of good to call me names. My daddy wasn't well at Woodrow, I wasn't born and raised in no ghetto, just a white boy looking for a place to do my thing. I don't want no handout living, don't want any part of anything they giving. Proud and white ain't got a song to sing. Well, I said a few things and I'll admit it. If you wanna get ahead, you gotta hump and get it. Just a white boy looking for a place to do my thing. I'm gonna find me a wealthy woman in a line of work. Don't take no diploma, cause I ain't got much to lose but lots to gain.
Might call me a good time fella, but I ain't no black and I ain't no yellow. Just a white boy looking for a place to do my thing. I don't want no handout living, no want any part of anything they giving. Proud and white and got a song to sing. Well, I said a few things and I'll admit it. If you want to get ahead, you gotta hump and get it. Just a white boy looking for a place to do my thing. A small town boy, been around a little, and I like guitar and I like the fiddle, cause that's the kind of soul to fan my flame. You got Billy feared and ready. I gotta work just to be somebody. Just a white boy looking for a place to do my thing. I don't want no handout living, no want any part of anything they giving. Proud and white and got a song to sing. Well, I said a few things and I'll admit it. If you want to get ahead, you gotta hump and get it. Just a white boy looking for a place to do my thing. Said a few things and I'll admit it. If you wanna get ahead, you gotta hump and get it. Just a white boy looking for a place to do my thing.
Oh, yeah.
I'm either a very womanly man or a very manly woman. One of the two. Like everybody, I guess, right?
Yeah.
If you want to touch inside your womanhood today, feel the moist and tenderness inside your vulva, yay. If you want to touch and feel womanhood inside, reach inside and feel your vulva. Womanhood is tender, womanhood is moist, womanhood relishes what's lice and moist and dewy. When the dewdrops of womanhood condense upon your clit, that's when you know Christmas time is nigh.
It's really great to know.
That's how you know Christmas time is nigh. Well, you know, I'm bipolar. I cry a lot. Look at me crying now. A boo, hoo, 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 hoo. I'm a crying. How about you? 'Cause this is super sad, and it's making me super rad, and I'm crying all the time, with the tears streaming down my eyes, and they're making my beard wet. Do you get it now, at least yet, that I am sad and crying right now? Sobbing uncontrollably. This is what it looks like when I sob uncontrollably then. That's why I'm sobbing right now. It's pretty sad, huh? Alright, well, I'm going to leave you on that sad note.
Oh no.
But just remember, I cry so you don't have to.
Oh wow, that's so nice.
Yeah.
Thanks.
It's like, I cry for your sadness as Jesus dies for your sins. As long as you remember that I'm crying right now, you don't need to bother feeling sad. It doesn't matter if it's true or not. That's the important takeaway. Just believe. Believe with all your might.
With all your might.
And then everything will be fine. INFJs cry alone in the dark. Rachel doesn't really cry in front of me.
Yeah, no.
I cry in front of her all the time.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't need her to cry in front of me. I don't care. It's not like I feel left out or something. Wait. Why won't you cry in front of me? I always feel bad for her because she seems to have a much more challenging time accessing her emotions than I do, really.
Mm-hmm. It's the truth.
Of course, I can't really access mine on purpose. It just sort of happens.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They just sort of happen for me too. It's interesting.
I cry for your pens. For all the pens that you've used up and lost and or broken.
Oh,
That's what I cry for.
that's a lot of pens.
Don't cry for me, Argentina. Cry for your pens. Alright. What type never cries? Macho stone bones? My dad really basically never cries. Very rarely. But he does occasionally get a little teary. But my dad's not a crier. He's ESTJ. Rachel's not really a crier. INFJs basically don't cry very much. At least that I ever see. I think INFPs probably cry. But probably they don't cry any more than I cry. It's not so much the quantity of crying as the quality of crying. My tears are many, but they aren't very salty. Thanks for watching. And don't forget to eat plenty